Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't. It's that simple. That's the pitch. If you want me to recruit, that's the recruiting pitch. Pittsburgh Steelers. If you want to be part of it, so be it. If you don't, no skin off my back. So we'll see if that works in luring Aaron Rodgers to Pittsburgh. Meanwhile, defensive end Brandon Graham played 15 seasons with the Eagles, and he announced his retirement today. A first-round pick out of Michigan back in 2010. Spent his entire career in Philadelphia, holds the team record for most regular season games played at 206, and third all-time in sacks at 76.5. 2 Lombardi trophies, helped deliver were placed on either side of him as he was emotional in his farewell speech at the team's auditorium.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Happy Tuesday to everybody out there. We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center for a very good reason. The Cooper Kupp press conference will happen at 3 p.m. today, and then after they wrap that up, he is set to join us here on set, Dave. So we'll be out here 2 times. We'll be out here Thursday for the John Schneider Show, but we're out here today, and we'll be catching up with Cooper Kupp whenever they wrap that up, maybe 3:30-ish, just guessing, somewhere in that neighborhood. So stay tuned for that conversation. Greg Amsinger of MLB Network, our old buddy from MLB Network, will join us at 2:30 to explain himself.
You put buddy in quotations there?
That's right. He's got some splaining to do at 2:30 for picking the Mariners to finish last in the AL West.
Yeah, well, as Lefko said, technically he didn't say that.
I love the parsing of that. What he did say was, I don't have him finishing first, second, third, or fourth. So that leaves one spot, which is last. So,
well, Lefko's not wrong.
Yeah, no, he's wrong.
But he's not right either.
He's not right. He's wrong. He's wrong. And then at 5 p.m., it being Tuesday, El Hombre. Michael Bradley will join us on the program as he does every Tuesday at 5 p.m. And you guys can text in as you can each and every day at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company, whatever's on your mind. But looking forward to talking to Greg coming up at the bottom of the hour. And then Cooper Kupp, our first chance to have a conversation with him and you know, looking at what the Seahawks have done in free agency. That was a big move that seemed to sort of turn people's opinion of the offseason. There was a lot more hand-wringing, more griping, more why haven't they done this or that. I think the Darnold move pacified fans a bit. The Cooper Kupp move pacified them much more, which I find interesting. Your quarterback, the most important position in all of sports, was locked up with Sam Darnold, yet it was a wide receiver who's from here, which kind of eased everybody's tension.
Well, Bob, as you know, I'm not on social media, but have you found that to be the case as well as the texters?
Yeah, I'd say it's not unanimous. Nothing's unanimous, but yeah, I would say very easily there was much more positive comment, many more positive comments, much more positivity is what I was trying to say, surrounding the signing of Cooper Kupp than Darnold. There was some, but then there were some that were Geno guys and saying, oh, this is not, you're not better, you're worse. Some saying he's, you know, they don't buy that this is him. Others saying this is a great move. He's 27. You're getting him at a cheaper rate. You've got more money. So, yeah, it was much more split on Darnold than Kupp, where it just seemed the naysayers were very much the minority, whether it was social media or our text line.
Well, and I think we found this out during the offseason with the Mariners. It's activity. Now, the fact, and I'm with you, that I feel like that swayed the public opinion quite a bit because it's a local guy, and you see him twice a year. You know what Cooper Kupp is all about. You know that he's not a selfish player and that he's going to, you know, do his duties as a blocker when needed, things like that. So, yeah, and I think I think that'll be the same effect if they sign one guy on the offensive line. Mm-hmm. If it's like a guard or a center, and you know people are looking at it's, you know, depending on what team he comes from, I think people are going to be maybe unnecessarily wary of a player who came from a bad offensive line, like, you know, Chicago, for example, because, and I'll say this, in 1992, there were some good players on our offense. But they were the fifth.
They weren't enough.
They were the fifth worst offense in NFL history. But there were some good players.
Yeah, there just weren't enough of them.
Yeah. So I mean, I think that's not going to appease anybody necessarily. But I do think that if they get one guy that I'm not saying it's going to be Will Fries or somebody like that, but someone that
just a veteran,
veteran guy. That's
Paul McQuiston. We brought him up before the show.
A guy that's proven.
Just kind of a. Plug him in everywhere. Yeah. He's just a grizzled veteran. He's not a Pro Bowler. He's not an All-Pro, but he's not a liability. Just somebody who's solid, who can follow direction. If you ask him to execute the play this way, that's how he'll do it. So,
Big Ray was on with Bump and Stacy, and I actually followed you over to get a sandwich, and then I was sitting in the car listening to Ray, because you have to listen to Big Ray. He was talking about, he goes, hey, if anybody that knows me, if you look at me like how I dress, you can see I don't spend a lot of money on clothing. And I was like, wait a minute. I dress just like Ray. What are you saying, Ray?
He'd say, you don't spend a lot of money on clothing, Dave.
And that was kind of his comparison with, as far as what the Seahawks have done.
He's comparing their O-line expenditures to his wardrobe.
Yeah, and it was a good analogy. I liked it. No, but it's true. But, the one thing, and I think this is where, you would kind of butt heads with Schneider and, the Seahawks, because they don't believe that there's a ton of value out there. So they're not going to go and, spend $200 on a crappy T-shirt.
Yeah.
So
that's right.
I think that's the way it goes. And, they've won. With that philosophy, not because of it necessarily, but
almost in spite of it at times.
Yeah, but I mean, I was just going through and looking at all the general managers, and Lynch, he's been there for 8 years. John Lynch with the Niners, and he's got 4 trips to the playoffs and 2 Super Bowl losses. You look at what John's done in 15 years, 10 trips to the playoffs, and then a Super Bowl win and a Super Bowl loss. So they've made it work.
Yeah. It's been something they're very adept at working around.
Yeah,
it's been problematic for years and years. And we asked John about going out and finding that free agent, finding that body from outside of the building to help improve the O-line. Here's what he said.
But JB and Rick Dennison, these guys are experts in that area, right? They like our young guys. They like them. They see growth. They see positive development, positive futures with them. But yeah, it's definitely an area we want to address. We tried addressing it. It doesn't. Sometimes it doesn't work out. It's just like the draft, but actually more intense than the draft when you're talking about acquisition and free agency, especially the early period, because you're talking about a serious commitment. And so the psychological part, the character, the coaching, AD, knowing Tank and the offensive staff spending time with MVS. I mean, that's big. We know the person. Where you get in trouble is when you, especially in free agency, when you want to build a team all throughout the year and address your deficiencies, whether it's in training camp or early in the season with deficiencies or underperformance or whatever. You need to be able to budget yourself and be disciplined enough to be able to fix your team all throughout the year.
Yeah, I mean, they're being very conscientious in how they approach the O-line, and I think the one thing, and you guys can weigh in on this at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company, did his answer and Mike McDonald's answer as well. We had both guys in here last Thursday, asked him about the wild card that you and I kept throwing out, and that is we don't know how they feel. We know how we feel about the pieces that they've got on the O-line, and we know how the fans feel, and the consensus sort of is they need to improve. The talent is not there, but that doesn't mean that's how they feel. And we asked them about it, and here they Mike McDonald said, hey, these guys are allowed to get better. They're allowed to improve, and they believe with a new coach, a new scheme, a new offensive line coach, that some of the pieces that are here, and maybe all of them, I don't know how they feel about each individual player, but they like what they have in the building. How do you feel about that comment? Did that, as a fan, pacify you at all, make you feel better that they believe in the guys they have because of the new coach and the new system, or do you still believe hey, they're not paying enough attention to this line and they need to go out and spend some money. So you guys can weigh in on that. We'll talk more about that. Meanwhile, the Major League Baseball season began early this morning, and there's one lesson the Mariners might learn from the opener. We'll get into that next with Wyman and Bob, live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
Who were the final suitors for DK?
Teams that were willing to pay $33 million a year for 4 years on extension, $150 million total. It was really just New England and Pittsburgh.
Every day at 7:45.
Good for him. God bless him. And I absolutely have no issue and no problem with him going and getting even more of that generational wealth. But there were not many teams that were going to load up the Brinks truck.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Our friends at Mazda of Everett always offer you their lowest price. Shop over 800 new Mazdas online at MazdaofEverett.com. Click on Get the Mazda of Everett price for their best deal. Shop MazdaofEverett.com or stop in and meet our friends at Mazda of Everett located in Everett at 11409 Highway 99. If you're shopping for a new car, make sure our friends at Mazda of Everett are on your list.
The brackets are now open. Compete in the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register. Receive your bracket and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet plus one unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Are you working in the refrigeration industry? Are you staying up on current regulations? Well, Local 32 can help advance your career. That's right. Learn more at ualocal32.com. Again, that's ualocal32.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Your favorite Seattle sports show is available anywhere you go through the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Full shows and interviews, exclusive video and articles from the home of the Seahawks and Mariners.
Hey, Bill! Got a leak? Need heat? Call Southwest today.
Southwest Plumbing, the one to call.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
Washington State ranks number 5 in the country for auto theft. The most high-risk vehicles are Kia, Hyundai, Ford F-150, F-250, and F-350. Help keep your car safe with these simple and important tips. Don't leave your car running unattended. Park in well-lit areas. Lock up every time. Keep valuables out of sight. Use an anti-theft device like a steering wheel lock. Share this information with friends and family. Prevent the theft and keep you and your vehicle safe. These tips brought to you by the Washington Auto Theft Prevention Authority.
Sometimes even heroes need rescuing.
I'm a retired firefighter, 27 years.
Kurt had severe pain in his knees and his shoulder, which was keeping him from enjoying his well-deserved retirement.
Loved to ski, loved to fish, and couldn't even walk 18 holes.
That's why Kurt decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
He was just awesome. He goes, yeah, give me a shot. And he took care of me. He stemmed my knee and my shoulder.
And how are you feeling now?
I was pain-free in 12 weeks. I play golf now pain-free, and it's awesome.
So you'd recommend this treatment to others in your situation?
Absolutely. Yeah, Dr. Wagner's, he's had a couple people call me, and I recommended that they do it.
Before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. You guys got the text going at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac & Jack's Brewing Company. Quickly, before we get to take two, 425, Dave said, they sell clothes at Costco. Why the hell would you shop anywhere else?
You're not telling me anything.
You don't have to convince Dave of that. I go with the undergarments from Costco. The underwear and socks are always Costco. The rest of this is elsewhere.
I forgot about my socks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so shirt, pants, not sure about the undergarments. Nobody wants to hear about that. No, I was just thinking about saying something, and I'm like, no, I don't want to say that.
Yeah, if you have hesitation, let's just not do that.
No, but then the socks, and then there's a Nordstrom Rack purchase in there somewhere.
Okay, right.
So yeah, I mean,
we can guess. We can guess. All right, let's take two.
NFL Network's Mike Garofalo says the Seahawks are hosting former Titans guard Dylan Radins for a visit today. And now another lineman that people had been kind of watching with interest. He's off the board. Former Vikings center Garrett Bradbury signed a 2-year deal worth up to $12 million, 3.8 guaranteed with the Patriots.
Wow, that didn't take long. And that's a guy I think I was reading something to you yesterday about Bradbury, Dave, where somebody was saying he was undersized at just around 300 pounds and that he got shoved around a bit here and there, so it wasn't a rave review. But I guess we should ask Lefko about Mr. Radins, Dylan Radins. What do you think? Is that a painful departure from your Titans, or are you good riddance?
Are you going to guess my answer, or should I just tell you?
I think your answer is
exactly
good riddance.
What it's going to be.
He's remarkably unimpressive for a second-round pick. I'll say that.
Remarkable. So is he at the end of his rookie deal?
Yeah, so after his rookie deal, they just let him go, didn't re-sign him. He has played a lot of positions in the interior.
But you're not impressed with any of them?
That's not good.
Not impressed, no.
He's still trying to find a home, basically.
Yes.
I don't know. I really subscribe to the Big Ray Roberts PhD thing. I mean, I prefer that, but I get it. I mean, look, Justin Britt, he got better. He started off as a tackle, was better at a guard, and then he gets to center, and then he ends up being like an alternate to the Pro Bowl. So, yeah, I mean, I guess it's okay, but I mean that was kind of a Tom Cable thing, right?
Yeah.
So he was like to the extreme where it was like, I'll take a defensive lineman.
Well, he felt they were the equivalent.
Yeah.
Like they learned so little about playing O-line at the college level. I can take a D lineman and make them just as effective at this level. He did it one time with J.R. Sweezy. Everything else sort of missed.
Well, the NCAA tournament technically begins just over an hour with two of the first four games, one of which includes that UNC team. They're playing San Diego State that the West Virginia governor called a miscarriage of justice that they were in instead of his beloved Mountaineers. This is really just a reminder for Dave to fill out his bracket. So, Dave, fill out your bracket.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, I'll be consulting you probably on how to get on the website. Other than that, I'm going to just send me your picks, Mike, and I'll go opposite. How about that?
Okay, that'll work.
Yeah. That'd be good. Yeah.
A miscarriage of justice. Yeah. Oh, this is so serious. It's oh boy. All right. Well, there you go. Take Two is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. There was a game that I forgot to set the DVR for this thing. Did you watch any of it?
No.
Lefko, did you catch any of this game?
I woke up kind of around 5:30 and was like, you know what? I'll see what's going on. It was the 8th inning, so just watch the end.
I saw Teoscar leg out an infield hit that scored a run.
Yeah, they ended up winning 4-1. Dodgers win game one of the Tokyo series. Yeah. So they pulled after 4 no-hit innings, 69 pitches for Shota, and he did walk 4 batters. So it's Dodgers scored 3 runs the next inning, so I guess they felt comfortable in pulling him with that lead. But it's Lefko's asking the question: was it the right move to pull him this early in the season? That's hard to say. I don't know. You know, they've got all the intel on this guy through spring training, and where is he at health-wise, and where is he at conditioning-wise, and I would defer to them on that. I don't know if it's just a matter of practice. Like, it doesn't matter who it is. This is how we're handling it. That becomes a different discussion. But I tend to believe there was something more specific that they were looking at with him in the way of a pitch count and based on where he's at physically. So, and the fact that they held him to 1 run, I'm going to say, yeah, it was the right move.
Yeah.
It worked out exactly as they planned.
Well, and I'm sure it was, like you said, it was a number, 69 pitches. So, yeah, he probably got to that point. And it's like, okay, game 1, should we blow a guy out and, maybe go past whatever it is because he's got no hit innings going? No, I think that would be the most foolish move ever.
Yeah, and also again, not having seen the game, you don't want too many high leverage situations. If he walked 4, I don't know if he was pitching his way out of trouble repeatedly. Those are high stress innings. It just carries a little different wear and tear, if you will, on a pitcher in that setting. So maybe in walking 4 hitters, he didn't have his A stuff, and they felt like, hey, we got a lead. We just put up 3 runs. We're good. Let's get him out of there. And, look, the Mariners have their mindset now, their philosophy of, everything's 162 individual battles, these games. Is that something they should adopt? I would say absolutely not. I would say unless you've got a guy like maybe it's Brian Wu or anybody else or Kirby when he comes back where you want to be careful. You want to make sure, hey, they are physically where they need to be and they can throw 100 pitches, or no, they're not. We've got this limit set on them. Everybody's an individual. Everybody's dealing with a different set of physical circumstances. So they need, I would say the Mariners, you treat each pitcher that way based on if everybody's healthy, then they go. I don't know what their limit is, 100 pitches, 105, whatever that number is. You let them go to that point unless they're just out there getting tattooed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to start the season in a fearful way like, okay, he looks good. We got a lead. Let's get him out of there right now. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't push him, but I also wouldn't be eager to yank out, Logan Gilbert or Castillo or anybody if they're rolling and it's their first start or second start of the season. Let them go unless there's something coming out of spring training you're concerned about.
Well, and I think it's great that happened early on because this is a topic for the Mariners, kind of the battle cry, like when we hear from Mike McDonald, chasing edges, 162 individual battles. But what's the most precious thing? Well, if you ask most Mariner fans, they'd say offense. But I mean,
it's pitching.
Your pitcher's health, number one. So, if they were to have gone over whatever the limit that they decided to set in game 1, I mean, that'd be the most foolish thing ever. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I wonder, I guess I didn't see him get pulled and like what his, what his facial expression was, but most pitchers are competitors and they want to keep going.
All right, coming up, he's one of our favorites, but we need some answers. We need some clarity from our guy, Greg Amsinger. He made a prediction about the Mariners that just still isn't sitting right. We're going to ask him about that. He's going to join us next with Wyman and Bob, live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
Daniel Jeremiah mock draft just out this morning. At number 18, Seattle selects Colston Loveland, tight end. Brock, who is Colston Loveland?
Yeah, he's an Idaho boy. You see him in the first-round mocks everywhere because he's 6'6", 250, and just athletic. Kind of your Travis Kelce. Third down dynamo and just a difference maker.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. Final tryouts for adults ages 18 to 65 and older are this Sunday, March 23rd at Interlake High School in Bellevue. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bumpin' Stacy.
If you're looking for a new Mazda, go see our friends at Mazda of Everett. With over 790 new Mazdas in stock at 11409 Highway 99 in Everett, they have something for every budget and credit type. Save up to $3,970 on new Mazda CX-5s. Come meet the team and see why they've been Washington's largest Mazda dealer since 2015. Exceptional service and always their lowest prices. Visit in-store or online at MazdaofEverett.com today. MSRP for stock number 26315 is $30,585.
Your
free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chunky chunkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Before we know it, the season kicks off for your Seattle Mariners. We are less than 10 days away from opening day. We cannot wait. And we love talking to this guy. This is a guy we refer to as a friend of the program.
That's right.
He does a brilliant job. If you watch MLB Network, he's fantastic on there. Yet he said something about this in the way of a prediction about this Mariner team that was just wildly disappointing. So we had to bring him on to explain himself. He's with us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. We're talking about the one, the only Greg Amsinger is with us. How are you, man?
Fellas, this is a moment of reckoning. I had a feeling that this conversation was coming my way.
Well, for our listeners that may not have an idea as to what we're talking about, you guys were doing 30 clubs in 15 days. You guys were, hopping from spring training site to spring training site, checking out all the teams, and then you made a prediction about the Mariners' finish in the AL West. For those of our listeners who didn't hear it, here's what Greg said.
Every year I say they're going to be in the playoffs, and every year they're just short. So I'm going to mix it up. And before I give you this prediction, I love the Mariners, man. I'm not from Seattle, but I love the Mariners. Do I not love?
We
were at the Extra Innings Festival here in Arizona just yesterday.
That's right.
What was I wearing?
You were wearing a Seattle Mariners jersey.
The offense is still an issue, and because they didn't go get a bat, they're not going to finish in first, second, third, or fourth. I'm just going to say it that way.
Ouch.
Now, there's only 5 spots in the AL West. So to me, Greg, that means last. Now, our producer was getting into the semantics, saying, well, he didn't say last, but you eliminated first, second, third, and fourth. So I'm going with last. What's behind that prediction?
I have to mix it up, number one. I can't just be in love with the starting pitching. Look, I am a sucker for low-scoring games. So I like pitching duels. And the Mariners are going to give me the baseball that I want to watch, right? 2-1, 1-0, best starting staff. Oh, my goodness. I'm blown away that a team that has such a wealth of talent in the rotation would not capitalize and look at this as the moment to strike because your pitching is so good. And they kind of sat pat. Donovan Solano's the best. He's having a nice spring, but that's the guy. Luke Raley's going to hit second every game for the Mariners. You think that's enough to get you the playoffs? I was just disappointed. And I'm on this show every year. You guys know this. And I always believe in the Mariners. I think this is going to be the year they break through. I'm mixing it up for the fans of Seattle, guys. Mix it up. I'm going to say they're going to finish in last place. I will fall on this sword for all of you Mariner fans. Come and bring me all the venom. I'll do it for the city of Seattle.
And it sounds like you don't want to be right, Greg, so we can take that. Right?
I don't want to be because the rotation is insanely good. Any team would love to have it. I think it's the best rotation in the American League. The Dodgers are the best in baseball because they signed everybody. But this is what you try to do. It's the organizational plan when you've got guys like Emerson Hancock who might not make it the big league roster. It's a first-round pick because you've got so much depth in your rotation. They've done it the right way in terms of that category of the team. They just chose not to go bring in the artillery to make sure they got over the hump.
Well, you're preaching to the choir, Craig. As you might imagine, there's a lot of nodding heads as you were speaking. Going, you're right, 100% right. We've all been, pounding the table and like, what are you doing? It's such a brief window that you have these guys, especially at the price tag that you have them at. 4 of the 5 are not being paid when it comes to baseball dollars. They're making peanuts. And that's not going to be true for very much longer. So you expect that they're going to capitalize on it in your offseason acquisition with Solano. And then they bring back Jorge Polanco, who was dreadful last year, and they put him at third base, where he's played 20 games. He's had 20 starts in his career at third base. I mean, they are betting on the 34 final games of the season where the offense started to turn around. You had Edgar Martinez and Dan Wilson there. How much stock do you put in that versus what led up to those 34 games?
Look, I think Kevin Seitzer's a major figure in camp. All the guys are listening to him. They're getting away from the data so much. They want the guys to be a bit more aggressive, and that's a reflection of a lot of the swing and miss you're seeing so far in camp. Offensively, it's become a thing, and we're talking about it constantly. And when the national media is talking about it and the regional media is talking about it, and that's in their face every time a game ends, they lose again 2-1. And we're talking to, Logan Gilbert, you're just not getting any run support. When that question keeps coming up, it just compounds quickly. And look, there's a lot of pressure on a few guys. And it's hard for me. I had this conversation with Buster Posey years ago in camp, and he was upset with where I had him ranked in the top 100 players right now, which is a show that just gets me beat up by players. I do that show, and then I go to Arizona. I don't know why. But my bosses must not like me. But anyway, I said it is hard to be a consistent offensive force when your position defensively is catcher. I mean, Johnny Bench doesn't come around all that often, right? Mike Piazza wasn't a Gold Glover. Cal Raleigh's got a lot on his back, man. I think he's the most valuable player in the game because of what he has to do to lead a staff, platinum glove winner, control the running game. The pitchers love throwing to him. He has been terrific with all the relievers. Oh, and he has to lead the team in homers and RBIs. That's way too much to put on a catcher. It just is. Even if he wants to take that burden on. Julio Rodriguez has to go back to being a superstar. And that's a tall order, man. Still a young player. He's still trying to get comfortable with having tons of money. That's a real thing. That is a real thing players have to adjust to because everyone's calling you now. A lot of people called you when you broke into the big leagues, not people you've never met or somehow getting your phone number when you're wealthy like he is. So he's dealing with all the human aspects of being a superstar, but he's got to play like one again. And that's kind of it. Like Julio Rodriguez has to return to the Ken Griffey Jr. level of offensive stardom. And good luck with that.
Well, other than those two guys, you talked about Cal and Julio, what's likely as far as, you look at all of the what ifs, you got Rayleigh at first base, you've got JP with coming off kind of a down year. You got Polanco at third. Who's next after those two as far as importance that's not going to be taking the mound?
To me, it's a bunch of veterans. You gave Mitch Garber, decent money to be a quality at bat, which you've seen him do in the playoffs before you signed. That's why you signed him. And you got to see if he can do that. He had a miserable offensive season last year. Is Mitch Haniger going to bounce back and be a guy once again? You're asking guys that are up there in age. The other thing, that's the thing, guys. It's not a super young offensive roster, which is also alarming. This to me is kind of like that moment of reckoning. I look at the Seattle Mariners and I sort of compare them to the team I loved growing up, the St. Louis Cardinals right now. I mean, this is kind of like the last hurrah, not for the players on the roster, but to me, for the guys that are pulling the strings. We know it's the last hurrah for John Mozeliak, but instead of it being a GM that might lose his job, so we know Mozeliak losing his, Ali Marmol is not Chaim Bloom's guy. So if you want to be dedicated to all these young players, and that was your MO, you came up through the minor leagues with these young guys, you got to get them going. Those young guys don't look like they're getting the bats rolling. They're dealing with offensive struggles. And again, I say this all the time. When you take superstar athletes, you get into the big leagues, and then you tell them to think all the time. What? That's like get Greg Amsinger on national TV and then tell him to shave his head. I don't think I can read a teleprompter anymore. I don't know why we do this to athletes. So I think the Cardinals have done that to their hitters. I think the Mariners have also done that to their hitters. Hopefully Edgar Martinez and Kevin Seitzer can fix that problem.
Hey, two of the guys that I would point to outside of Cal and Julio being the obvious ones, you need JP to return to form. But I would say Arozarena and Robles, who were just spark. Robles in particular, an absolute spark plug last year. I mean, Greg, he played 77 games. He hit 328 with a 393 on base. He stole 30 bases, got caught once, 467. I mean, he just put up numbers you hadn't seen in his career. And we're all coming out of that season excited about him, but also asking, all right, well, is that real? Is that who he is moving forward? Was that a hot streak? How do you view his time, those 77 games, contrast with who he was prior to that?
I thought Robles was going to be Mike Cameron 2.0. When he, I believe it was 2019, he was incredible for the Washington Nationals. Well, kind of similar sort of season that he had, but he played more games. He almost 20 home runs that year. Almost stole 30 bases that year. Looked like the next great Gold Glover. I mean, that was my comp for him, was Mike Cameron. And then it just went away. Like, it just couldn't hit. Hit around 200, 220 year after year after year after, and hopefully he figured it out. And that does happen occasionally, but usually you see it for pitchers where they go to Japan and they learn different mechanics and pick up a different pitch, and the smaller baseball actually helps them between the ears, like gives them more confidence. But it's hard to find position players who bounce back and somehow play like an all-star again. I didn't mention him because I still don't know if it's just an aberration what he did last year. It's a hard thing when teams go, oh, you're a force again? Now let's get the book out on you. I mean, ask Julio Rodriguez. When the league makes an adjustment to you, it becomes painful to grind through that. So I hope he plays the way he did last year for the Mariners, because it got him a contract, which was shocking to me that they jumped and signed him the way they did. But I think Randy Arozarena is a guaranteed bounce-back player. I'm actually not worried about Randy Arozarena. Is he going to hit 30 homers? Not in that ballpark. I do think he hits around 25 homers and steals around 30 bases. He was emotional when he was traded for the Tampa Bay Rays. He believed, that organization saved his baseball life because he came up with the Cardinals. That didn't work out. They weren't getting him to the big leagues the way he wanted. And then the whole fiasco where he was on like Instagram Live while the manager was talking, and that blew up in his face, and he was embarrassed by it. When he got traded, he didn't want to leave. He sat in the trop with his family, and he was sad. So, I mean, I think Randy went through some human issues, and that's the part of this we have to remember sometimes. Let this guy get comfortable. I saw him in camp. He's all smiles. He's excited to play again. I think Randy's a guaranteed bounce-back player for the Seattle Mariners.
Greg, you've seen Dan Wilson over the years. I'm just curious what you think he can bring to this team. We always talk about he's such a nice guy. I don't ever see him getting thrown out of a game. But what do you think he can? Do you think he can bring about some change there, especially offensively?
You know what Dan Wilson is? He's a Mariner, and for the Mariner players, they find a sense of security in that. He's one of us, right? No matter how long Scott Servais managed the Seattle Mariners, he was Jerry's guy. And it's hard for players to believe that Scott always has their back, or any manager with a very intimate relationship like that, where they are boys and they've been together for a while, and that's his guy, right? So that is, again, the human element is always injected in a game that's a marathon like this. Why do you think the Cincinnati Reds pounced on getting a guy like Terry Francona? They knew they had a bunch of young players that were about to turn the corner. Get a guy that knows how to lead them. I like Scott Servais a lot. I think he's actually a good manager. But I think when times get tough, players are looking around going, is this guy one of us, or is he part of the front office? And I think they probably believe, to some of the guys I talked to, they did tell me this, that they believe that he was totally Jerry's guy and wasn't there a player's manager. Let me tell you something. That is not the case with Dan Wilson. He is a Mariner. He loved being a player. You guys probably covered him when he was a player. He loves the city. He loves everything about the culture of that organization, and he's there for the guys. And having Edgar around and having the history of Mariner baseball back is a great thing, because even though there's no world championship, there's some hell of good players that wear that uniform. So let that radiate into the clubhouse. Let the players, the former players that are now on the coaching staff, make those guys feel like they're one of them and they always have their back. I think Dan Wilson's going to do a great job. And like I said, I'm rooting for my prediction to go wrong. And as someone that loves his own predictions, that is a rare thing. I'm rooting for the Mariners to prove me wrong.
A man who loves his own predictions. Greg Amsinger is our guest here with Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710. Hey, what is your take on Polanco? He was a guy that when they signed him last season, Greg, there was some optimism. That people looked at him as like, all right, this is a pro. This is a guy who's he's not a superstar, but this is a solid veteran bat, and he's got a track record. He's got a little injury history. Well, that cropped up last year, the injury history, but even before that, there was just sort of non-performance. He was a bit of a butcher at second base. He just didn't hit, and then they didn't pick up his option. He's a free agent. He's hanging out there. And then they re-signed him to almost, if he plays well, he can make almost what he did last year. And they put him at third base. And that's just a move I'm looking at going, I don't quite get it, because he wasn't good at second. I guess you don't need as much left to right range at third as you do at second, but he's coming off a surgery. I don't know. That was one that stuck with me the wrong way. How do you feel about that move?
I think moves like Jorge Polanco are an aftermath of investing your draft real estate in pitching, which I can't blame Jerry DiPoto for doing that, former pitcher. That's how you win games. And they're going to win games because of their pitching. And when that's their central focus and those are the stars that you take in the first round year after year after year, there's an aftermath to everything. I was on Atlanta Sports Talk Radio, and they're like, hey, what do you think of the fact that we really haven't signed anybody? I go, well, this is the aftermath of giving contract extensions to every single position player that you have. So when you lock up Acuna and Albies and Riley and Olsen and everybody along the way, this is the aftermath of that. You're riding with these guys, good or bad. And to me, when you draft heavily pitching and all your first-round guys are on the mound, then you're leaning on a Jorge Polanco to give you a little bit above league average at third base. And that's the reality of the situation. You just don't have the big league ready bats. The Julio Rodriguez, completely different story. Star is born. He's the guy. But I hate beating a dead horse here. It comes down to the two players who we know, because we've seen it, are capable of playing at an all-star MVP level. And Jorge Polanco is not one of those guys. I mean, if you get league average, you're going to be happy in his age 32 season, okay? It comes down. Jorge can have a good year, but it is all predicated on Julio Rodriguez and Cal Raleigh knocking the dust off the baseball and doing their thing, and now the pressure's on getting Randy Arozarena out. Now you got to get Jorge Polanco out. You can't let Luke Raley beat you. Those guys get pitched differently when the stars are playing like stars. So I hate putting all of the weight on two guys, but I mean, I do that for a living. I would be on TV with Harold Reynolds and Dan Plesac all year. They carry the show, man. I welcome back in time for a break. That's all I do. Your two stars have to carry the freight. That's why they make the big money.
You and me both, Greg. I just rely on Bob. He's the professional.
That's all you need to do. Honestly, if you can work with your friends, give them an occasional compliment and buy them a drink, man, they'll let you ride for free.
I got to take better care of Bob, actually. Hey, tell me about Mitch Garver. I think somebody was going on the every other year theory with him. Mariners have not really had a DH since Nelson Cruz. What do you think? You look at his career, and I don't know how much you saw him in spring training. Looked like he had a pretty good spring. What about Mitch Garver? What are your hopes for him this year?
Well, I mean, mid-30s now? I mean, he's
34.
been around for a while. Third organization. I loved the way he played for the Texas Rangers on their path to a world championship. I thought he put together incredible at-bats. Had a terrific OPS that year. I love the signing because here is a team that's ready to win right now. The Seattle Mariners want to play playoff baseball, And it's smart money to me as a guy that's not going to hit 30 homers, even though he's done that in his career. 1 year was he still possesses, to me, one of the great offensive seasons in catching history. He hit 31 home runs, I believe, in less than 100 games, playing his home games at Target Field in Minnesota. Like that is one of the great offensive seasons I've ever seen by a catcher, and yet he's never come close to that since. He's become that grizzled veteran that can still battle nasty secondary pitches off, and you don't want to face him when there's a runner at third base and 2 outs, because he's going to try to figure out a way to get that knock. The thing that was the most, I think, surprising to me, I think anyone that knows Mitch, the swing and miss went way up. I mean, there was a point where I was watching some of his bats, and I was worried if his eyesight was okay. Because, guys, when you look at his strikeouts, I'm not making it up. When you look at his strikeouts last year compared to every other season, it's like it was drastic. I mean, I did a whole segment on it. Guys whose swing and miss went up, and I think I called it something like "time to buy bifocals" or something like that. Like it happens, man. I'm filling out an NCAA tournament bracket. My wife did the print way too small. That's Lipscomb. That's what that school says. I can barely read it. I'm 45. It comes for us all, right? And Mitch Garver, mid-30s, I don't know. I hate saying that because it sounds like, oh, that's very generic analysis. But when your strikeouts go, I don't have the stats in front of me. His strikeouts
133.
So how many?
Last year. 133 last year, following 82 and 53.
But he also played more games than he's ever played last year.
Yeah, that's true.
But still, that's a lot of strikeouts for Mitch Garver. That's not the way I viewed him, especially in the postseason. So if he could get back to Ranger form, I love that as a DH. A guy that's not feast or famine, he can get you that big 2-out RBI knock, which is all the starting pitching staff really needs.
Hey, Greg, how much of this, the struggles they've had over the years offensively, again, you echoed what we all felt about the offseason. You didn't do anything. Jerry takes a lot of heat out here, and a lot of it for good reason. He often will say the wrong thing when he gets in front of a microphone, and it gets replayed and it gets redigested and it repurposed, and it never ends well. But at the same time, we also have to acknowledge, as we do, he doesn't dictate the payroll. He's given a number. Here you go, make it work. So who they should sign, who they had the ability to sign, we don't really know. But how much of the struggles of this organization offensively do you put on him versus ownership?
Look, I think he's got a different task this year, and ownership has seen him operate the way he's operated, and I think they've decided to force him to alter his approach. There are certain teams that I believe could lose a postseason spot in the month of April and half of May. One of those two teams, the Cleveland Guardians. When you look at all relief appearances, the most appearances by relievers, the top 4, including the postseason on that list, are all Guardians, okay? You're going to ride your bullpen that hard and expect to do the same thing the next season. It's not going to happen. So the starting rotation for the Guardians has to be great in April and halfway through May for them to be in the mix. That's one of those two teams. The Seattle Mariners are the other team. The starting rotation has to be so good that it gets Jerry to go to ownership and say, guys, I told you I wasn't going to spend any money in free agency. You didn't want me to do that. But let me get back to doing what I do. I know how to make trades. Let me go do this. Let me go get the bats we need. To me, I can't see Jerry Dipoto and A.J. Preller sitting on their hands much longer. These are the two. If Jack McKeon could go back in time and be a GM again, he'd be like these two guys, Trader Jack, right? And I think Jerry knew free agency wasn't going to be where he was allowed to play in. That sandbox wasn't for him. Ownership, slapped him on the wrist. They made him fire his guy, Scott Servais, and you can't spend any money. But I think Jerry will talk ownership. If the starting staff can play at the highest level through April and in May, that they're going to let him get back to doing what he does best. And that's wheeling and dealing and making trades for rentals, for short-term guys. He's got the starting pitching depth to get any bat he wants. And I think you'll see those moves happen. That's why there are two teams I'm watching very closely. They say you can't win a championship in April, but you can lose one. The Guardians and the Mariners can lose one. It's very important to get out of the gates hot.
He's a man who loves his own predictions, by God, and we're all hoping his prediction is wrong when it comes to the Mariners this year. He's offered himself up, a sacrificial lamb, if you will, for the Mariner fan base. Greg Amsinger, you're the best, man. We love you. You know we love talking to you, and hopefully we get a chance to do it throughout the season. As always, thank you so much for cutting out some time for us.
All right. Even though I picked them last, go Mariners. I did wear a Mariner jersey to a concert. Give me credit there, okay?
That's huge. Hey, you're aces in our book, man. You're gold. You're gold with us.
Right, thanks Greg. Guys. You're the best. See you.
Thanks, Greg. There you go. There's Greg Amsinger of MLB Network. He does such a great job on that show, and his passion for the game is infectious. I just love hearing him talk. I love hearing him talk about baseball.
And he says he loves the Mariners, but like he could talk about any team.
Oh yeah,
in Major League Baseball, with the kind of depth that he just did. It's incredible.
It's great stuff. So if you guys missed that conversation, didn't catch it all, you'll find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. A reminder, opening day is almost here, and we're sending you and a friend to experience it in a way you never have before. We're talking about front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions and first pitch, and much more, and you're going to do it all from the field. So to enter, all you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. Now, if you don't already have the app, no big deal. Just text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776. We'll send you a link to download it. It's completely free. You can enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Friday, March 21st. Coming up, you're going to hear the first thoughts on joining the Seahawks. Cooper Kupp's introductory press conference coming your way next as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center with Wyman and Bob. Seattle Sports on 710.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
Who were the final suitors for DK?
Teams that were willing to pay $33 million a year for 4 years on extension, $150 million total. It was really just New England and Pittsburgh.
Every day at 7:45.
Good for him. God bless him, and I absolutely have no issue and no problem with him going and getting even more of that generational wealth. But there were not many teams that were going to load up the Brinks truck.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
We at Three Tree Roofing understand that your home is your castle. That's why our certified technicians use state-of-the-art installation methods to deliver the highest warranties available. Check out our hundreds of online reviews and schedule a free estimate to see for yourself. Three Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
You think your home is pretty cool until that summer heat hits, and suddenly your home isn't that cool. In fact, it's hot. Air conditioning from Washington Energy Services can help. Stay cool this summer with our biggest spring savings event ever. This month only, take up to $4,000 off an energy-efficient Bryant cooling system with exclusive Washington Energy rebates. Ensure your home is always the cool house with air conditioning from Washington Energy Services. Contact us today for a free estimate.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home and make price-boosting upgrades with no cost until close. Once they're done, A local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet plus one unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Did you know colon cancer can be detected early or prevented through regular screening?
I have detected around Earth is the greatest lie ever.
Okay, Roger. My uncle just passed away and I inherited his cockatoo, Roger. He was a member of the Flat Earth Society, so Roger picked up on some of his rhetoric. Anyway, screening, such as a colonoscopy.
Screen these! Screen these!
Roger that, Roger. Moving on. Colonoscopies can detect early-stage colon or rectal cancer or even polyps, which are abnormal growths that can turn into cancer over time.
I'm a flat earth walker.
Come on, Roger. What did I do to my uncle to deserve you? You don't get to choose what you inherit, just like colon cancer. Unlike Roger here, I believe in science. And science says that if colon cancer runs in your family, you're more likely to develop it yourself. Talk to your doctor about when you should start screening. Find out more at coloncancercoalition.org. A message from the Colon Cancer Coalition.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, a player that some Seahawks fans were keeping an eye on is now off the board. Talking about free agent center Garrett Bradbury, who had spent his time with the Minnesota Vikings and, more importantly, with Sam Darnold, was available. He was released by the Vikings on Monday, and the Patriots jumped on that quick. Locked him up to a deal worth up to $12 million that includes $3.8 million guaranteed. That, according to sources speaking with Adam Schefter. Meanwhile, Major League Baseball, the season has officially started, at least the Tokyo series anyway, between the Dodgers and Cubs. Dodgers take game one. They're obviously 1-0 on the season. 4-1 is the final in that one. Shohei Ohtani with a couple of hits, including a double in that one, scored 2 runs. Yoshinobu Yamamoto goes 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run allowed with 4 strikeouts.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. The text line is there for you at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac & Jack's Brewing Company. Cooper Kupp is expected to join the media, address the media here any moment. As soon as he steps up to the podium, we will send you out to his introductory press conference, and then once they wrap up, Cooper's going to join us. So I'm not sure how long the press conference will take. We're guessing somewhere around 3:30, depending on what time they get started.
He's saving his good stuff for us, of course.
Save his A material. Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Give those heathens out there just the generic, the little generic platitudes. And I'm just here for the team and one game at a time, by God. And
chasing edges.
Yeah, chasing edges. Good to be home. That kind. And then the real meat. the real substance will come when he joins us after that press
I'm
conference.
excited, man. I'm excited to meet him and just see what he's all about. You hear so many good things about Cooper Kupp, and everybody, of course, in Washington State loves him. But yeah, I mean, it just seems like a very unselfish guy, kind of quiet, and it'll be cool to hear the everybody at Lumen Field chanting "Coop."
Yeah.
It'll sound like boos.
Yeah.
I'm sure Rabel will go, those aren't boos.
Yeah, he'll clarify. There'll be somebody at home listening going, why are they booing him? What did he do? He just got here. This had to be a weird process. I want to talk to him about that because he made that announcement on Twitter, on social media, a while back that he was told by the team that they were going to try to trade him, that basically he wasn't part of their future. And between then and now, it's been a pretty big chunk of time. So I'm wondering, for a guy like that who was as celebrated as he's been and had the success he's had, what was that had to be a hard time. Just like, man, am I going to get traded? Is a team going to pick me up, or am I going to get released and have to go through that whole process? Just a weird time for him, I would imagine.
Yeah, and I'll be interested to hear, and I don't know how much he's going to tell us, but
he's going to tell us everything. We demand answers.
Well, I'll tell you about his former coach, Sean McVay, and I just, it kind of seems like it's a small sample size, but I just saw him kind of the same way with Jared Goff, that it was like once he's past somebody, he's done with them. And I'm wondering if, of course, that's not a very good way to ask that question, but I'm just curious what he's like. I hear a lot of things that from people that are close to McVay, just about how he runs, the team, and how it's all about studying and, being a scholar of football, and they don't sit around talking about rah-rah things or anything. It's like, let's just get to work and get to the film, and this is how we beat a team. And he's a good coach, no question about it. I mean, when you talk about anybody on the Rams, really, I guess you feel a little bit that way with Kyle Shanahan, but you go, that's like a Kittle or Bosa team, and you worry about those guys. But whenever it's the Rams, I worry about Sean McVay.
Yeah.
He just gets things figured out. I know that for a while he thought he had Pete Carroll's number, and if you look at it, he did. Yeah, but
he thought it because it was kind of true.
Well, he knew it. Yeah. And that's what I think is interesting, and what it is about coaches that they're able to figure out things. So yeah, I think as much as he'll tell us about Sean McVay, I think that will be interesting. But yeah, this is kind of cool. I didn't know if for sure he was going to be super excited to come back to Washington State and what that meant to him. And I'll be curious to see, if he was a Seahawk fan growing up, and now he went to Eisenhower out in Yakima, I believe. Oh, no, that was his rival. It's Davis.
Don't mess that up.
Davis High School. Yeah, how dare I? I have a buddy that went to Eisenhower. My wrestling buddy that was Pac-10 champion that says he pinned me a couple of times, even though he was
way smaller
pounds.
than you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's, football's huge in Yakima.
All right. Well, we're going to come back, and hopefully Cooper Kupp will be stepping up to the podium. We'll bring you out there as soon as he does, as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
Opening day is almost here, and we're sending one of you and a friend to experience it like never before.
Swing and a drive, deep to left field.
With front row access to all the opening day ceremonies, from player introductions to Ichiro's ceremonial first pitch, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app, then click on the Win tab. If you don't already have the app, simply text app to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Friday, March 21st.
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, speaking to homeowners out there that are thinking about your roof. Maybe you already know what's happening up there. You need a repair, you need a roof replacement, or maybe you just need an inspection like I had just to find out what's going on up there. That's why I worked with Asset Roofing, and I've been doing it for well over a year now. They are the best in the business. And Asset Roofing was founded with the aim of shielding the community from liabilities that may arise from hiring a contractor. Look, I love their slogan. You're either hiring an asset or you're hiring a liability. That's what they are. They're an asset. And I've been there, and you probably have too, where you hire a contractor, they show up late, the work was not good, they went over budget, whatever that is. Asset Roofing is the opposite of the bad contractor. Their business model is to deliver honest and transparent solutions, becoming a valuable asset for both their clients and their communities. I experienced it firsthand when I met Anthony, the owner. I had them come out, do some work on the roof, do an inspection. They've done it a couple of times, and I could not be happier. These guys are the best at what they do, and I couldn't recommend them higher. So if you have a repair, a replacement, or you just need your roof inspected to know what's going on up there, check them out at assetroofingco.com. That's assetroofingco.com.
John here with Happy Hauler. Furniture and household items you plan to throw away? We'll take them and prioritize donating and recycling, keeping items out of the landfill. Happy Hauler is Seattle's eco-friendly junk removal. HappyHauler.com, hauling with a heart.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Kent Bowl reminds parents to enroll your kids in a positive youth program. Sports like bowling, hobbies, and community activities improve overall health and performance in school. These programs decrease drug use and violence and develop self-discipline and leadership skills. Let's team together this year to help our kids reach their full potential. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Kent Bowl, a safe and friendly family-oriented setting since 1958. Find out about our bowling leagues online at kentbowl.net.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ooh, ma.
What was that?
That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
At 65 years old, Brian has a rather demanding hobby.
My biggest passion is snow skiing, and I ski between 70 and 80 days per year. And I ski instruct at a private resort in Montana.
Needless to say, that can be a bit tough on the joints.
When this knee started to bother me, I thought I'm doomed.
That's when Brian decided to see Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine for stem cell therapy.
If I did yard work or skied a few days in a row, I was fighting swelling and pain and no sleep and all sorts of problems, and that has absolutely gone away.
So are you back on the slopes?
I mean, I had a 14-day stretch with clients where I skied every day and had no problem. It was fine. It was just like, I felt like new.
So I'm guessing you would recommend this to others.
Oh, I already have. I've told everyone that'll listen.
Whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. Schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
It's really, truly a miracle.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale. handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the Centerstone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Wyman and Bob.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports. Seattle Sports. Your home for Brock and Song. Weekdays 6 to 10.
Brock, you gotta help me. What is the deal with the offensive line? It has to be.
All righty, I think we get enough of Brock and Salk from 6 to 10, so that'll do. But we are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710. And the big day out here is Cooper Kupp is meeting the media for the very first time as he steps up to the podium. Let's send you out there.
But to come back around at this point in your career and to be with your hometown team, what does that mean to you?
Yeah, no, it's a really cool thing. Obviously, growing up in Yakima, watching the Seattle Seahawks growing up, and I've talked a lot about memories and experiences. I mean, that's kind of what football is, right? It's like it's remembering all those big moments. And we're walking through the halls back here. It's like looking at these photos of iconic, just moments in games and being able to recognize, like, man, I remember where I was when that happened and that moment happened. And growing up watching Seattle, watching football being a huge part of my life, and then playing in Eastern Washington, full circle moment coming back to being able to throw on a Seattle Seahawks uniform. That's a really cool thing, and something that I don't take lightly, and just really excited to be able to be a part of this program, what this program's been about, and continue to move it forward.
Did the Seahawks and watching Seahawks shape anything about your game and the way you approach football?
Well, I mean, certainly there's players that you watch and you learn from. I think that's been my thing, is being able to see what guys do and say, hey, is that something that I can do? Is that something that I want to implement in my game? And we were just talking down the hall. Doug Baldwin, one of the best come-to-balance releases in history. And little pieces of game, it's like little pieces of game like that. It's like, man, that's something that I do. It's watching Doug Baldwin do that stuff to guys, turn people around all the time. So that's part of what it's in my bag. It's something that I carry with me, and so it is. There's guys that have come through this organization that have been impactful in ways they might not know about how I play the game.
You've proven people wrong throughout your career, and there's some people saying, yeah, maybe he's injured, he's too old. Are you taking that as a challenge to prove people wrong again?
Yeah, like you said, I feel like I've had people doubt me for a long time through my life, and in some ways, rightfully so. I mean, I was a very small kid growing up and cared a lot, but there's a lot of people that care a lot and just don't have the stuff stringed together. And I was very, blessed to have a lot of coaches to come alongside me and teach me and show me the way, and very thankful for that. And I wouldn't be here today without that, but. With all those doubts and all those things, it's never been about proving other people wrong. I think I've lived in that space, and it never goes well. It's been about being who I am, like believing in myself and knowing that I can be who I see myself becoming. And when I've taken that attitude, when I've taken that mindset, that's when I've always been at my best. And I'll continue that. I know how to navigate these waters. I've been here before. And it's not about the negative energy of trying to prove anyone else wrong, trying to make anyone else feel bad about anything. Just about being myself and being who I believe I can be, and going out there and playing the game I love.
What have these last couple of months been like for you, though, finding out that you were going to be back with the Rams and then becoming a free agent and going through that process?
Yeah, it's been difficult. I mean, in all honesty, it's been very difficult and frustrating. And there's been lots of questions and things that are it's a real tough situation. I always imagined that I'd finish my career there, but that's not what the plan was that God had for me and my family. And stepping into this new adventure, this new place, this new chapter in my career, but also in our lives, as my wife and I navigate moving back up home, back up to our home state, and I think that's something that we're excited about facing, and we're excited about the community that we get to be a part of, the people that are going to be a part of our lives. And but yeah, it has been difficult. Without a doubt, it has been difficult. And we're humans, we're real people, and it's been something that's been in a lot of ways, I'm thankful to have had a wife to lean on and to count on to be able to walk through this with, because it would be very hard to do by myself. And our boys have been incredible through it all. And but yeah, we are very excited about what the future holds here in Seattle.
Did the Rams give you a why, or was it the injuries, or what did they cite?
Yeah, I'm sure they have their reasons for why they want to do things, whatever it is. Not a ton of clarity in that regard, but at the end of the day, I'm thankful to be able to walk away from that organization and be able to look back on all those memories, all those experiences, all those things that we were able to go through together, and the relationships that we had with so many people there, and look at it in a positive light, and be very thankful for my time in Los Angeles, and something that we'll always cherish. But like I said, we are very excited about the chapter ahead and what we can do here in Seattle.
Once you found out that you were going to be able to pick where you were going next, how quickly did the Seahawks come onto your radar, and the process of getting to the point where you decided this is where you were going to come?
Yeah, it was pretty quick in terms of expressing the interest once I was released, and I thought that as we went through things, I thought the messaging from Mike and from John and from the Coobs, from all the guys that I talked to here, the messaging was around par with what I thought was how you build a championship team. It's about the people. You focus on bringing in good people that are about ball, and all the other stuff's going to fall in place. And that's something that, when that was the mindset, when it wasn't about, specific football, football people that you're trying to get in place. We're trying to get just the people. We're trying to get solid people that know how to work there, about playing this game the right way. That's something that I was like, man, this is something that I know that's how you build a good team. I know that's the best teams I've been a part of have been built that way. And so that excited me. And, as time went on, talking to, Ernest Jones, who's been here, I've known, talking to Jackson, talking with, Sam after he had signed on, and, various guys in the organization that's like, hey, there's the same messaging every time. It's like, hey, we're building something here that's special, and we've got the right people in the building to do it. It just built up, and now I'm really excited to be a part of it.
What are your thoughts about being part of sort of a revamped offense with a new quarterback this year also?
Yeah, I was really, I felt like I was behind the 8 ball a little bit. I was like, man, I'm gonna be behind everyone trying to figure all this stuff out. And there was actually not until, a couple of days ago that I realized, day one OTAs, everyone's learning this offense. So that's gonna be fun. I think that's gonna be something that I'm excited about in terms of, especially with Sam coming in here, and we get to learn this offense together. We get to, as it grows, as every offense, you have the starting point of how you want to do things, what that's going to look like. And as the players come in and bring it to life, it grows, it changes, it morphs into, accentuating the guys' abilities of the guys that you have. And I'm excited to be able to go through that. It's just such a fun process, and being able to build that. And it's something that gets me very excited about this offense, about this team.
How familiar were you with Sam before all this, and did that play a part in you wanting to be a part of his offense with him?
Yeah, so I had watched him quite a bit when he was at USC competing there. Watched him early in his career, and I thought, man, he in terms of throw of the football, he makes some incredible throws, and went through some things. He's been through some difficult circumstances, but his confidence, his ability to maneuver those things and be able to come back and have the year that he did last year, when in this league, that's a hard thing to do. But that confidence, like I touched on before, it's not about what other people think about you, it's who you believe that you are. And him being able to come out and compete like he did last year, I think that speaks a lot to the person. And I'm really excited about, obviously, a great football player, and just seeing how he works, how he goes about his business. And I've heard all great things, and excited to build this thing with him.
You've predominantly played in the slot in your career, and so has Jackson Smith and Jigba. How do you kind of foresee that playing out, and is that something you talked about with coaches?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Like I said, as the offense kind of gets going and we kind of start building this thing out, it's all, like I said, I trust this offensive staff and being able to, be able to emphasize the things that guys do well. And in 8 years with the Rams, I think it's tagged with the slot, but I don't know how you determine that when we're in condensed formations. I'm outside, but I'm running a slot route. I'm out. A lot of times I was outside, and I'm not sure if it was being tagged as slot routes or not. But, I think the ability to move in an offense and the ability for, in this offense and what Kubiak's done is being able to, formation guys to be anywhere. And that's how I had learned this offense originally, was that you had to learn the whole thing because you can be in any one of these spots at any time, right? So you might think of yourself as, you can't think of yourself as just a slot. You got to see yourself as playing any one of these positions at any time because you could be asked to run any one of these routes. And I think, Jackson did some of that same stuff last year. We played inside and outside and being able to run routes that, are typically for an X or an F or, being able to run all that stuff. And I think that's what we've got. We've got guys that are going to be willing to learn the offense as a whole there and being able to, take advantage of those opportunities.
How did you convince Chandler to give up number 10?
So we ended up, he's got a foundation that's doing some really good stuff here in the community, and it was important for him to that be part of this change, and he was great to work with and able to donate to his foundation and make sure that he felt good about that. And he mentioned he's played his best football in number 10, and it had been important to him, and just since time in Seattle, and just clearly the community was a important part of this whole thing. And so I respect his his desires there, and able to work it out. I'm really thankful for him to being willing to work something out for us.
I know you grew up on the other side of the state.
There you go. There's Cooper Kupp talking with the media, and he's going to step into the room and talk with us here live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
Brock, you got to help me. What is the deal with the offensive line? It has to get fixed. It has to be better, especially for the type of team they say they want to build. We know anyway that the bargain route just has not worked. So
yes.
What are they doing?
That supply chain is bone dry.
And yet, other teams seem to find them.
Not many, so.
You have to be one of them. It has nothing to do with being easy or not.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Making fresh produce and food affordable and accessible to all is a mission Safeway is deeply committed to. G. Scott here. Your local Safeway has all the great benefits that SNAP-eligible families love, plus exclusive savings. Right now, save 50% on Fresh Pass memberships, plus get a monthly $5 credit, free unlimited delivery, $10 of free produce, and double rewards. Check out your Safeway For You app for all details and savings, or visit Safeway.com/SNAP for details.
The future is here, so why is your internet stuck in the past? With Quantum Fiber Internet, you can get next-level multi-gig speed on a reliable fiber network. Fair and honest pricing with no annual contracts or bundling required. And whole home 360 Wi-Fi to make sure your devices are ready to take you where you want to go. So you can stream, post, game, surf, like, and love to your heart's content. You do you. Let Quantum Fiber Internet take care of the rest. Learn more at quantumfiber.com. Limited availability, service, and speed in select locations only.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. Down, set, Pizza Hut, Hut! Make the play of the game with Pizza Hut. Buy any large Pizza Hut pizza and get another one free. Use code HUT at checkout. That's code HUT for a buy one, get one free exclusive offer to 710 Seattle Sports listeners. No one out pizzas the Hut.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Every year we see a spike in serious accidents involving motor vehicles, bicycles, and pedestrians occurring in the few days after daylight saving time. If you are injured in an accident, protect your legal rights with an experienced team of lawyers who know how to get results. Call Davis Law Group at 206-888-8888 to request a free legal consultation or get my free book on car accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Hey, Bill! Got a leak? Need heat? Call Southwest today.
Southwest Plumbing, the one to call.
The brackets are now open. Compete in the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register. Receive your bracket and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet plus one unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Mariners single game tickets are on sale now. The squad will be back in action before you know it. And now's the time to lock in your seats for the biggest games this season. Don't miss opening day on March 27th, Ichiro Hall of Fame weekend, August 8th through 10th, and matchups versus the Dodgers, Yankees, and more. Plus, check out 30 value games with tickets starting at just $10. Go to Mariners.com to get your tickets today.
A deep blast. This is gone. Home run. Julio.
You're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We are live at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Cooper Kupp expected to join us here in a matter of moments as we are ready, able, willing to speak with him. A lot of people excited. Hey, ask him this. Tell him this.
Oh, is that right?
Make sure you tell him that.
The 509?
There's a couple. Yeah. Yeah, so they'll walk him over here shortly, and we'll talk to him. I'm not sure we're going to be able to get all of your questions in and ask if he remembers you from a meeting at a gas station, but we'll do our best with that. And somebody sent in a text about, wow, he's really positive. That's it made me feel good about the team, and like he was exuding that level of positivity that's contagious, and hopefully that remains true as he steps into the room with us here, and we'll get him all situated with his headsets and have a seat. Do we have a chair over there for him? There we go, over there in the corner. We got Dave handling the
yeah. This is not
aspects.
Good, man. I am not the guy that should.
There you
be
go.
Oh, there we go. We good?
There you go.
Yeah.
Dave's
there
pushing.
It is.
He just pushed all of the buttons.
All the buttons. Let's get button mashing. I've heard his way to do things.
That's right.
Cooper Kupp is with us. How are you, man?
I'm great.
What's this day been like for you? I know you just met with the media. They're peppering you with questions, and now they sit you down here with us, which will be really the highlight of your day.
Yeah, no, definitely. They told me that too. It's been good, man. It's been a whirlwind. It's been fun though. I mean, my family's been with me. We've been able to have the boys run around, taking this, really testing the structural integrity of this facility here. So it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, well, welcome to Seattle, man. And lots of people text into our show from the 509. You went to Davis High School, right? Out there, I got a buddy that went to Eisenhower.
Okay.
I know that's your
the bad
rival.
guys.
Yeah, is that who they are?
Yeah.
Yeah, we weren't sure. Would you be a guy that was, really loyal to Washington, that it would mean something to you? And I heard in the press conference, you were looking at like the pictures around here going, man, I remember where I was as a little kid when that happened.
Yeah, it's a special thing. I was talking about, the experiences, the memories that football really provides. And that's ultimately what we're doing here is providing these experiences that you're going to remember for the rest of your life. And, I think just all of those things that, my wife grew up in Washington. I obviously grew up here. We've been here for a long time. And so all of the experiences, all those memories and all those things like that, that's what carries the value, right? It's all those things that build the value. And so this whole full circle moment of being able to come back here and be a part of things in Washington State, it's a really cool thing.
I like that you came dressed for the occasion. You got the flannel.
Got the flannel on.
You got a Pearl Jam shirt on. You're just blending right in.
Yeah, I know. We might be overdoing it with the flannel and the Pearl Jam. We should have tried to show us one or the other.
I love it. But, hey, just going back to, and I know you were asked about this in the press conference, for those that didn't hear it, once it became real that, hey, I'm not going to be with the Rams, whether it's a trade or a release, what was your first reaction to that? It seems like it would be hard not to take something like that personally.
Yeah, and I think there is. I mean, it's frustrating. It's difficult. It's hard, right? I mean, we've been there for 8 years. We had, all of our kids were born there. Well, 2 of them were born there, but my kids grew up there, and that was home. That was home for our family, and that was an organization that I just thought I'd always imagined finishing my career there, and. But that wasn't what was in the cards for us. God had a different plan for us, and we're excited about this next chapter and wherever it is that He's taking us and stepping into that. But there is a piece that is frustrating. But I am very thankful for my time with the Rams and the people there, the experiences we had, the relationships that we had there. I'm gonna be able to look back on my time there glowingly, and thankful for that time, but also with this motivation, this excitement for what this next chapter holds here in Seattle.
I know people were asking questions in there kind of about like a chip on your shoulder and things like that. I thought it was really wise what you said, that you can't take that negative energy with you. And I imagine your family has really helped out with that.
No, exactly. They have. And that's the thing that, the perspective, right? Like everyone wants to build up football as being the end all be all. And we play the game, and so you can imagine the fans. That's people lose. You lose a game, it ruins the fans' week. We were playing. This is our life, right? So you lose a game, the weight that is. But there's something so special about coming home, and your boys run and give you a hug and are so excited.
Good game.
And they're like, let's go play Legos. I'm like, yes, right? There's just this incredible perspective provided. Like, there's so much that we're doing, so much that this is a blessing. This is a blessing. I love playing this game and the freedom to play this game to the best of your ability, and the time you're going to put into it because you love it, and not for any other reason other than that you just absolutely love the game. And when you're in that place, you're going to be at your best. You're going to be at your best, and you're not going to look back with any regrets that you would have done anything differently, because just living in that place, it's like, man, I know I gave everything I had, and I'm going to let the chips fall where they might.
When you did get the news, again, that you weren't going to come back to the Rams, when you started thinking about other teams, where did the Seahawks come into that? Was that a first thought? Did you start imagining yourself in other situations? And I fit here, maybe I don't fit in this system. How did that
go? It was tough because, you start off, once we were told that we were getting traded, you kind of take the NFC West is kind of off the table at that point, right? Once it kind of progressed to the point of we're being released, then you already had your mind on certain places, and suddenly you're like, oh wait, this is different now.
Yeah.
And so once the release happened and you're able to have conversations with people and hearing that there was interest from Seattle, start wrapping your mind around what that might look like. Because for us, it's like the football is a piece of it, but it's our family, it's the community. There's so much that goes in with that. And as we started to have the conversations with them and their mindset and how this team is building, the love for the community, the people that were up here, the players and how much they loved what was going on here and how the team treated them and their families. I think that was like, man, this is something that feels right. And that's when it kind of started getting a lot more real.
Well, Cooper, tell us about the familiarity that you have with, do you know Sam Darnold, that you guys have crossed paths?
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned Jackson, EJ, of course, because you guys played together.
Yeah.
And then, like, coaching, I mean, how much of it, your decision was, Clint Kubiak and the kind of offense that he's running?
Yeah, and you touched on a lot of these people, and you talked to all those guys, being able to hear from all of them and what their experiences were like here, and everyone spoke glowingly and genuinely about it. It didn't feel like it's a sales pitch on what we're trying to do. They're not trying to sell me on anything. They're just saying this is what it's like here. And, just meshed well with the things that we love to do, what our priorities are as a family, and things that I see as I talk to, Coobs and what he's building here and how he sees the offense running, and excited about being able to go through that and build this with him. And, really excited about being able to be in it at day one, because I think that's the most, like, seeing as these things grow, like the offense in week 10 is going to look very different than the week 1 of training camp.
Yeah.
And being able to be a part of that, being able to be a part of that growth through all these things and how things are going to play off of each other, that's a very exciting thing for me.
What was it like playing here as an opponent in front of these fans, as loud as they were?
No, it's always, you got to prepare for it. You just knew it was going to be going wild. It was going to be crazy. It was 8 years of hating the 12s. It's like it was a rewiring, because you come in, you're like, golly, we got to deal with these fans that are going to be going crazy. And you go into it's like, gosh, and now they're rewiring. Like, well, I'm down on the other sideline, and being able to have that behind us, being able to be on offense and operate, being able to see the defense out there, seeing the other offense struggling, trying to get their play calls in and trying to coordinate what they're doing, and that's going to be a very special thing. I'm so excited to be on that side of it, and not have to deal with that anymore.
What would you tell fans, like, what you bring? I mean, obviously we've all watched you twice a year, and a lot of times, every time the Rams are on, I'm paying attention because they're in the NFC West. But as far as your game goes, blocking, running routes, how would you describe yourself as a receiver?
Yeah, well, I want to have a hand in every part of the game. I mean, that's how I feel like I've kind of built myself as. I want to be able to impact everything. You talked about the run game. Like, I want to be able to be useful. I want to be a tool, right? Like, how many times, not in the bad way of a tool. I want to be a useful.
We assume that.
I want to be a useful tool that can be used, I want to be a weapon. There it is. I want to be a weapon in these things. I want to be a weapon in the run game. I want to be a weapon in the pass game. I want to be a weapon even in, like, I've probably pass blocked more than any receiver in the league, because that's how we've operated, in all of our play action stuff in LA was, I'm a part of that stuff, and so in so many places I want to be able to be used, and so that's how I've built myself. That's how the tool belts, the techniques and things that I've tried to learn. I want to be able to be impactful in all those things, and beyond that, I think the thing that when we've been our best is when the receiver room specifically plays for each other. When you can get the receivers to play for each other, a lot of the other stuff falls in place, right? Because the receiver room is typically the place that is the hardest to get people to do that for, right? And you get these guys, if you can get a room to play for each other and go out there and say, hey, you're watching a guy run with the ball, but what are the other guys doing that don't have the ball, right? How are they blocking for each other? How are they playing after the ball has been caught? What's the urgency to go get a hand on somebody, right? To allow this, this play that's taken all these guys, the lines blocked, the running back picked up that nickel off the edge, the quarterback stepped up, took a shot, got to the receiver, and three of the receivers stopped running, and one guy gets, go block, rack, make this small play into something great, into something big, and that's like that mindset in the receiving room. If we can do that, if we can be able to set the standard in that regard, I think that goes a long way, and something I'm excited about, because it's something that I think we got the guys in that room that want to be able to make that happen, and the excitement that I have, being able to play alongside Jackson, and the excitement that he has for what this offense can be, I think can be real special.
Where do you think you're at in your career? I mean, in football years, you're a veteran. In life, you're incredibly young. But do you feel like I can still do everything I did back in 19 and 20 and 21, or do you feel like no, maybe I can't do that, but I'm smarter and I can do this better now? Has your game changed?
No, I see myself as an ascending player, and I get to see every rep I take. I get to see every practice rep. I get to see every off-season rep. I get to see every workout rep that I take. I get to experience all these things, and I see myself playing this game, and I envision I see a DB doing something. I envision how I want to run around, what I want this thing to look like. If I couldn't do that, I'd be done. It wouldn't be fun to me anymore if I couldn't do that. But the way I see myself is still being able to manipulate these guys and do the things that I want to do, and so that's who I am, and that's who I believe myself to be. And all the other stuff, all the narratives out there about anything else, they don't get to have the whole picture. They don't get to have the whole story. But I believe in myself and who I am, and I'm really excited to be able to come out and play really good football. Really excited to play some high-level football and be the player that I see myself as.
What do you think about meeting Mike McDonald? And he's young guy, really funny. Him and Schneider have a great relationship. What did you think of him?
Yeah, so I've only been able to talk on the phone with him. Haven't been able to meet him in person. I know he's handling some stuff today, but I'm really looking forward to meeting him in person. He's been awesome on the phone and talks with him. Yeah. Just seems like a real down-to-earth, honest guy. And that's, I think, one of the best things that you can be is especially this. There's a head coach syndrome out there where you become a head coach and then you start saying ridiculous things. I don't know if you realize this, but it seems like it missed him, which is awesome. It just seems like guys just love him and the way he handles himself, and really excited to meet him in person.
Hey, last one before we let you go. Once this news broke, I would imagine everybody who ever interacted with you in the state of Washington tried to reach out to you, because we got a bunch of text people going, "Hey, I met him here. Ask him about this. Ask him about that." I'm like, I don't know if he's going to remember that, but did the phone blow up? Did you hear from old friends maybe you hadn't talked to in a long time that you wanted to be your high school football coach, or what was the reaction from the state of Washington when this announcement was made?
Yeah, it was well done. I think there's the entire state of Washington shut the phones down. It was just a very extensive text message blast. So I'm sorry for everyone that hasn't gotten a response, because you're not going to get one because we don't have time. But very thankful. I mean, we felt the energy and the excitement from people, and very thankful for all those people that have been cheering us on and are excited about having us back.
Well, I can tell you from our text line and the fans on social media, which I'm sure you've seen, there's a lot of excitement about you coming to the city of Seattle and to the Seattle Seahawks. So congrats. We're excited to have you. Can't wait to see you out there, and we look forward to talking to you throughout your time here.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks.
There you go. Cooper Kupp of your Seattle Seahawks. That's got to sound pretty cool, right?
Oh, man.
Your Seattle
love the
Seahawks.
sound of that.
Great to catch up with him, and I know a lot of fans very eager to hear from him and excited about his time here. So just very cool. Very cool that he's here, a reunion of sorts. He's talking about his phone blowing up and everything. I can just imagine everybody, whoever had a brush with him, even as a high schooler, reaching out saying, "Hey, I know him. I know him. I talked to him this one time."
I'll tell you what, man, that was one of the more, I didn't really know, Cooper Kupp. We didn't really know what his personality was and everything. And some pretty hilarious things that just went on here. the tool thing. And
it's like, and then he says, "Weapon, there it is."
Yeah. And then he's like, "Yeah, I probably shouldn't have had the grunge shirt with the Pearl Jam."
He had the flannel shirt, and he has a Pearl Jam T-shirt on.
The other thing was, when I don't know if you know this, but when you become a head coach, you say ridiculous things. I mean, one of the things that, he pretty much explained what he's about and what he was referring to. At least, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but, he's talking about the receivers and when you're all playing for each other. And the reason why he's bringing up receivers is that's typically where you get a lot of the drama. That's where there is some selfishness.
The divas.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. And the reason is because there's so much that they're dependent on in order to be successful. So I guess I understand that. But what he just described there, now you think about he's bringing that culture into the receiver room.
Yeah.
You know, and I haven't heard him speak a lot, but you can tell that when he's with, you know, the guys and everything that, you know, that's the kind of stuff he's going to be talking about. I was very impressed. Very impressed.
Yeah, that part of it stood out to me, and there's a part of me wishing Tyler Lockett were still here to play with him because I think it's the same personality. It's the same unselfish, hey, if that guy catches it, we all win. If that guy makes the play, we all win. It's about us. It's not about me. It's what can I do. And Tyler was as unselfish as any receiver we've ever interacted with, and Cooper seems to be of that same mindset. So to have two guys in the room like that, and that's not commentary on JSN or MBS, all these cool initials we've got going here. But, yeah, I mean, just Tyler was known to be that kind of guy. It would have been kind of cool to have him in there with him. But you got another version. I mean, he's just sitting there talking about, hey, 3 receivers just sitting here. Hey, let's go make this play happen. Let's go, you know, add to and make this a bigger play than what it would be if we're just standing here with our hands on our hips.
Right. Yeah, and that's what he's talking about, the unselfishness there. And then also, you know, you see, I mean, if Tyler was sitting here, he wouldn't have filled up the chair. Yeah. But Cooper Kupp does, and you can see that he's an unselfish player. And so the other thing I got from him was that you're going to have to drag him off the field, whether it's in a game or maybe even at the end of his career. So that was it was great to get to know him, and just not what I expected at all. You know what I was never clear on? Did he get number 10 or not?
I believe he did. I thought that's what I heard.
But he said something about, you know, I don't know if it was a donation or something like that to Uchenna's charity, or they worked something out or something like that. But anyway, yeah, I think he started out number 18 when he was a younger player, and then got to number 10. But yeah, just I don't know. I thought you found out more about a guy in that interview than we've heard in a long time.
Well, and again, a guy we don't interact with. He's on another team. We're not interviewing these guys. We're talking to players on the Seahawks. So, yeah, just an insight into his personality. I remember seeing him up on the, the ESPY Awards, I think. He had won an award that year. He had almost 2,000 yards receiving. And seeing him respond then, you got a sense of who he was. But, I mean, just a very grounded, quality guy who's seems legitimately excited about his opportunity to play for his hometown team. And I love that he said, you know, used to hate the 12s, that he was sort of conditioned to hate the 12s. I would imagine if you're an opponent coming into this building, that's universal. You're probably looking at it, or at least it used to be, where you'd look at the schedule and go, oh, boy, we got to go there with those maniacs out there in Seattle. Ugh.
Well, and that's a compliment. I mean, every 12 that's listening is going, yeah, that's right, we did our job. I remember the defensive tackle from the Rams, blanking on his name right now. He was a rookie last year, but he was the guy that was talking about
Fisk.
Fisk, yes. Yeah, and he's
already sick of them.
Yeah, he's already tired of. Oh, I hate those fans up there. I'm like, you've been here one time, man.
Yeah.
But Cooper's been up here a number of times. But that was really some good stuff, and you just got to love everything that you heard there. And and I think the other thing where he was talking about. You know, just how having a chip on your shoulder is one thing, basically.
Right.
And then another is, you know, carrying that around with you too much and too much negative energy and things like that. Because I think everybody plays with a chip on their shoulder, right? You've always been second-guessed. You've always been doubted. Well, that's because the reason is because not very many people make it to the NFL. So that's just kind of a natural thing anyway. But he seemed to be able to distinguish between letting that motivate you or letting it drag you down. Mm-hmm. And the negativity from developing that kind of a chip on their shoulder. You know, I would say that right now there's somebody that's possibly losing millions of dollars because of that chip on their shoulder. Because, you know, I think some players don't know how to wear it, and you have to turn it off and turn it back on. So, just really wise hearing from this guy, and just very, very smart guy, and love having him here.
And the other part of it, though, is while he might not carry the negativity of it, I think there is that competitive nature. You could hear it in his comments and talking about getting the news from the Rams. And, you know, it's kind of hurtful. It's hard not to take that personally.
Yeah.
Right? When they say, hey, we're going to move on. We're going to try to trade you. You know, this is done. This relationship is effectively over. we're going to do our best to move you, and if not, you're going to get released. I mean, how do you not take that personally? You're not. Your services are no longer needed here in any line of work. That's a hard thing to hear.
Yeah.
So I would imagine there's whether it's a negative or not, there's something in him that wants to prove to that team, you made a mistake. You made a mistake here, and I'm going to show you. And I'm going to show you that, ask him about, where he's at in his career. He feels like he can do everything he's ever done and is eager to show that as well. So I kind of like that competitive nature, while it may not be a negative, like, oh, they disrespected me or anything like that, the motivation, but just to show, you know what, I'm still that guy. I still got gas in the tank here.
He's doing it the right way.
Yeah.
That's how to channel that energy. And then, same thing with the Seahawks. I mean, John Schneider told us about that the other day. He's like, yeah, these guys wanted to leave. I mean, we think we're pretty cool here.
Yeah, and he talked about initially you kind of take that personally.
Yeah.
Like, why do you want to go?
Well, I mean, and that it's a deeply emotional game. I mean, it really is. You get the things that you put into it, and just the build up every week, and some of the things that I don't know. It's very raw. Like you get like a raw version of a lot of people, just because of you're kind of going to battle, and it's it's just one of those where the other thing is you can't really play football after you're done. I mean, you can't go out and join a league or anything.
A seniors league, or
there's no way to get what I used to do. You can't tackle people without getting put in jail,
or
apparently.
Everybody breaking a hip, whatever. But yeah, you're right.
And so I think that's one of the reasons why there's so much emotion that goes along with it.
All right, good stuff from Cooper Kupp. If you guys didn't catch that conversation or part of it, you'll hear it in its entirety on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. Just click the podcast tab, scroll down to our picture, click on that. It'll be right there waiting for you after the show. And don't forget, you can click subscribe and never worry about it again. It's totally free, shows up for you, and you don't have to do anything. It's perfect. So a lot to like after hearing from Cooper Kupp, but questions still remain about one key position group with this team. We're going to talk about that next with Wyman and Bob, live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center at Seattle Sports on 710.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with former Cougs and Seahawks wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
What's the film study shown you on Marquez Valdez-Scantling?
I like it. He's a player that runs his routes with effort. There are some guys who just look really smooth when they do their thing. Mm-hmm. He's an effort type of guy. I think he understands how to attack leverage. He is a willing blocker, and that's something you have to do in this Kubiak offense. And within that Kubiak offense, the effort is always there.
For Down Territory, every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Could you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Hey, this is a great deal. Riverside Roofing is offering $1,000 off a new roof replacement, incentivizing homeowners like you to book their roof replacement right now. It's Mike Salk here, and this is a great time to do it. The days are getting longer. Post 7 p.m. sunsets, those crews can get your roof done quick, just in time for the spring rains to keep your home dry and protected. Here's what you got to do to claim your $1,000 off from Riverside Roofing. Book a free estimate from their website, riversideroofingllc.com. riversideroofing.com. And when you meet with Brandon, that's Don's son, tell him you heard the message on the radio station. $1,000 back in your pocket and a brand new roof over your head. Be sure to ask Brandon about their 35 years of local experience, their GAF Master Elite certification, which puts them in the top 3% of roofers nationally, and the catch-all system, which they use to keep your yard and driveway totally free of debris like nails and shingles. It's all at riversideroofingllc.com. Tell them Mike Salk sent you. Go to Riverside Roofing, the roofing company you can trust.
Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. The best place to watch all your favorite sports. Featuring wall-to-wall viewing screens, 6 windows, and 30 kiosks. Be there at emeraldqueen.com. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
What's up, everyone? It's me, the Mariners Gatorade Cooler, and I wouldn't trade my view from the dugout for anything. Watching Logan Gilbert mid-shutout, taking a breather right beside me, he is calm, collected, and fully locked in. Keep it coming, Walter.
Swing and a miss. Logan Gilbert, 6 straight strikeouts.
And Victor Robles, running by me with the trident in hand, I'm getting chills just thinking about it. And that's not just because I'm filled with ice.
How about Victor Robles? It landed all the way to the second deck.
And when Cal walks it off, oh, you know what time it is.
A walk-off grand slam for Cal Rowley.
It's celebration time, and they never see me coming. Mariners baseball, Trident Sun.
The Mariners are kicking off the season with a stacked slate of promotions, including a Julio Bat Flip Bobble March 31st to April 2nd and a Cal Platinum Glove Bobble April 7th to April 9th. All 6 dates are Mariners value games, which means you can score seats starting at just $10. Get your tickets at mariners.com/promos.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, Cameron Hayward is not holding his breath, awaiting the arrival of Aaron Rodgers. The longtime Steelers defensive captain said on his Not Just Football podcast today that he's not going to great lengths to recruit the former 4-time MVP to the Steelers. His quote, "I ain't doing that darkness retreat. I don't need any of that crap. Either you want to be a Pittsburgh Steeler or you don't. It's that simple. That's the pitch. If you want me to recruit, that's the recruiting pitch. Pittsburgh Steelers, if you want to be a part of it, so be it. If you don't, no skin off my back," says Hayward. Meanwhile, in the world of baseball and bowling, an avid bowler and Mookie Betts, LA Dodgers star, has bought the first announced team in the new World Bowling League. That the league's owner, League Sports Co., announced the purchase today but didn't reveal the financial terms. Betts is buying the team with Cam Lewis, his business partner with One Marketing, and they have named the team OMG. And Betts, who's an 8-time All-Star, is also an avid bowler, competitive bowler. He still bowls, and apparently the morning after his 30th birthday party in 2022, he went out and bowled a perfect 300.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob.
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
We continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center with Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710 and seattlesports.com. The text line is there for you at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. If you're just tuning in, we just wrapped a conversation with new Seahawks receiver Cooper Kupp. Very cool to catch up with him. We'll talk more about that and other things going on with the Seattle Seahawks. And a reminder, we'll be back here day after tomorrow for the John Schneider Show. So you definitely never want to miss that show. Always great stuff coming out of the president of football operations, John Schneider. So that'll be Thursday. But today marks a sad memory, Dave, as it's 3 years ago today that John Clayton passed away. And, you know, lots of tributes to him on social media. I did an interview with Barrett Sports Media. They talked to a bunch of people around Seattle and just, you know, asking questions about the professor and telling stories and you know, some made it to the article, some didn't. And, you know, in talking to him, I would tell them how he would just fearlessly attack any name that was in front of him, whether he was even in the same hemisphere as how the name's pronounced or not. There was no trepidation. There was no hesitation. He would just go for it. But just a guy who we had a lot of fun with over the years and had the honor of working with and calling a friend that passed away 3 years ago today. It's amazing it's been that long already.
Yeah, it really is. And it's funny, went back to 1987, my first year with the Seahawks, and I knew who John was. At least I recognized his face, but that was before he became Mr. Big Shot.
Yeah.
And then got on ESPN and everything, and then he became like a cult hero. I mean, remember that commercial he had where he's like, "Mom."
Yeah, listen to Slayer. He's got the ponytail.
Slayer,
He's got the Slayer shirt on. Yeah.
Right. So, and there were people that actually believed that he did have that long hair and that he just hides it during the broadcast.
How many people asked you that? I got so many people going, "Is that real?"
Yeah.
Like, do you think it's real?
Yeah.
Do you want it to be real?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
No, he was just he was such an awesome guy, and I remember having a phone conversation one time. It was at night. It was after the show, and I can't remember why I was calling him or whatever. And he was just so excited about being on at the time when we first started off, we were ESPN, and he was just loved being on every day. And like, I don't know how much they paid him for the 4 o'clock, hit that he would do every day, but whatever it was, I feel like he would have done it for free.
Oh yeah.
And I think he actually was basically working for free, doing like sideline reporting and things like that. That guy was just, anywhere where there was sports happening, he was going to go there and give you his take, and always had an interesting take. But, the amazing thing was that, he just knew his recall on everybody. And if he couldn't recall it, he had it in his database.
Yeah.
Which, he used to call the databases. I got to check my database on that one, which is just a file probably. I don't know if it's a Word document or something, but Clayton was just, he was just unbelievable. And what a great example for somebody who just has such a passion for their career.
Yeah. He loved what he did.
Yeah.
Loved it. And I remember years ago, Adam Sandler released a movie that had what's his name, the former Jets head coach, Rex.
Rex Ryan.
Rex Ryan in it, I think, and there's some other. I think there might have been some other, figures from the sports world in it. So we got an invite to the screening. Like, I think a bunch of people from the station, and we go to the theater to go see it. I'm trying to remember the title. Somebody will text it in. My Boy, is that it? Does that sound familiar? I don't know. I'll have to look it up. Anyway, so we go
Sorry, Bob, I'm no help to you right now.
We go to the movie for the screening, and John's already there, and he's in the row, and the lights are on in the house. Movie hasn't started, and we're scooting by because they had us all in the same row, so we're scooting by him. He's got a stack of papers that there was at least 150 pages of whatever it was he was looking at, and he's sitting there with a highlighter going through it, and it was like rosters and different things. And I'm like, John, you're still working? And he's like, oh, yeah. So movie hasn't started. And he's just right back down, nose into the papers there with his highlighter and this giant stack of papers that he brought to the movie theater with him. And that's just, to him, it never seemed like work. Like he was just eager. He was excited to get into whatever was going on, and Graz used to, joke with him about, the day you would hear about all the coaches, Black Friday or Black Monday, whatever it was, and he was like, "Here comes Clayton with his blood fleck saliva," just coming, But John was just, so this is what's going on here, and this is what I'm hearing is going on there, and he just loved information. I don't think he was taking joy in anybody being fired, but he was taking joy in just getting this information and getting it out there, and he had that competitive nature of breaking news. That's where he came from. So he loved being first with news, and he would just get excited about what maybe some other fans would look at as mundane or, well, who cares about that? John he'd be all in, man. He absolutely loved it.
I'm glad you brought up Graz because those two had a pretty interesting relationship.
Yeah.
Like Graz could give Clayton a bunch of grief.
Oh, yeah.
And Clayton would just sit there and take it, and then he'd flip it back every once in a while. But, yeah, they had that kind of relationship. But
Graz's thing was always, "What are you talking about, John?"
Yeah. And John loved that.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, he loved it. We
yeah.
saw that. I mean, there was that version of it with him and Sean Salisbury.
Yeah.
Remember, they would go back and forth and they would argue and debate. And, it was always in good-natured way and good fun. And that's the same with Graz. Graz could, go, "What, Clayton, what is wrong with you? Why would you say?" You go, "Well, that's because that's how it goes."
He just, and one of my favorite moments is still the goons at AT&T.
Yeah.
Because I was just goading him, and I thought I was going to get a reaction where he would bring up the Drew Brees contract or something. Because, that went on for forever. He never forgot that one. It was like 12 years ago or something. Somebody asked a question about the Drew Brees contract, and I was looking up, questions, and I asked him the same one, and he's like, "What is this? What are you doing?" He just asked me that. So then it was like once a week for like 3 years.
Yeah.
Be like, "Oh, you want to hear about the Drew Brees contract?"
He thought it was hilarious. If he thought something was funny, he would hammer it.
Oh, he's going to hammer it.
You with the Brees contract and me with the Detroit Lions being my favorite team.
Yeah, of course, Bob's favorite team, the Detroit Lions.
He just loved it.
Yeah, he was such a gem, and he was an odd duck. No question about it.
He was quirky, man.
But I love people like that.
Oh,
I mean, he was just exciting to be around him. So, yeah.
Yeah, he was as quirky as they get, but he was fun, and he didn't take himself too seriously. You could make fun of him, and he was good that way. And in that article, and then we'll move on to the Seahawks here in a moment. But just talking about when he was big time, man. He was the man as it came to NFL information for years. Yeah. And I think people in Seattle took a lot of pride that he was here in Seattle.
Yeah.
That here's that guy that everybody looks to for breaking news, and you want to know what's going on in the NFL? Well, you know where he lives? He lives in Seattle. And that's his home. And I think there was, at the time that I remember that being a very big deal. That's before, obviously the way it's exploded now, and there's 18 different talking heads, whether it's Albert Breer or this guy or that guy or Schefter or these guys. Yeah. It was him, and it was Chris Mortensen.
Okay.
And it was a big deal to have him out here.
Well, and the other thing about John, and this is, just the loyalty. Now, like, if you cross him, that's it.
Well, yeah, that's
there's very few people, but if somebody crossed,
he held on to it.
Yeah, he would, but also he was as loyal as could possibly be. And so, if you ask people in the NFL information wise, guys like, Pearson, around the league, they all trusted John, and they would tell him things, and he would never divulge it.
Oh, yeah.
And there would be times, because a lot of times people will do this, and you'll go, "Nah, okay, sure, you're just saying that." But, something would come up, and John would be like, "Yeah, I know. Yeah. This has been in the works for the last 3 days," and it's because he was such a good man and so solid that he just would never divulge his sources. And if they didn't, if people didn't want to, and there were actually people that used that to their advantage. That I'm going to tell John, and then John's going to put it out there in this way, and he was very good at that. But only the people that he was very, very loyal to, and that's pretty much anybody that knows him and worked with him.
Yeah. Yep, and he was, everybody loved him. So 3 years ago today, a sad day, obviously, the passing of the great John Clayton, the professor, passed away. So he was, obviously 4 o'clock. This was his spot. Yeah. We have him on every day at 4 p.m., and, it's just amazing. It's been 3 years already. All right, moving on, looking at the Seahawks, and we've talked a lot about them, what they've done in the offseason, and more importantly, how the opinions seemed to shift once they signed Cooper Kupp. That just represented a different attitude. Is just reading texts and reading social media. Just it went a long way with the fan base, I would say. It doesn't cure everything by any stretch, but I think it really brought the temperature down, it seemed. But they still have the issue of the O-line. That nothing's changed there. It is still the same group. It feels like if they do grab a free agent, it's not going to be one of the top tier guys we've been hearing about. And, most of them are off the board at this point anyway. It might be just a solid veteran guy who they feel like they can count on to do the right thing at the right time. And, you tell him to do this, he's going to do it. But that they're going to look to the guys that they've got and the draft as well. And that's always a crapshoot, to say the least. You don't know who's ready to hit the ground running coming out of the draft, and obviously depending on if they pick them in the first round or if they pick them in the fifth round or where, somewhere in between. But there's some uncertainty, but the certainty is about how they feel and how they feel about the guys that they've got in the building. And we had talked to John last week and asked him about this and asked him about finding external improvements for this O-line.
We do want to address it, but JB and Rick Dennison, these guys are experts in that area, right? They like our young guys. They like them. They see growth. They see positive development, positive futures with them. But, yeah, it's definitely an area we want to address. We tried addressing it. It doesn't, sometimes it doesn't work out. It's just like the draft, but actually more intense than the draft when you're talking about acquisition and free agency, especially the early period, because you're talking about a serious commitment. And so the psychological part, the character, the coaching, AD, knowing Tank and the offensive staff spending time with MVS. I mean, that's big. We know the person. Where you get in trouble is when you, especially in free agency, when you want to build a team all throughout the year and address your deficiencies, whether it's in training camp or early in the season with deficiencies or underperformance or whatever. You need to be able to budget yourself and be disciplined enough to be able to fix your team all throughout the year.
It's a great point, and that's something that I think gets lost sometimes in the salary cap talk. Is that what about trades, or what about certain markers that players hit and things like that? Like you gotta be flexible, knowing, hey, we're going to have some things. And I know that John likes to keep a buffer. I don't know exactly what that number is or percentage wise, but that is something that you don't want to go out there and spend all your money in the first couple of weeks if you're not sure, especially. Now, some of these guys they're sure about, and it sounds like D-Law, especially, coming from Aiden Dirty, who spent time with him, that, they really think highly of him. Every once in a while, McDonald will kind of glow about a player, and the other day he was saying, I think last week, he said, how do you watch DeMarcus Lawrence and not love him as a player? So obviously they think very highly of him. But yeah, I mean, I think most people are pretty happy about, I'm especially happy with Cooper Kupp, just getting to know him and what kind of a guy he is and everything. But also, just knowing that this will get, fixed up to what their level is. They're going to achieve what they want to. I just think that what they want to achieve offensive line-wise and talent-wise isn't the same than what most fans want.
Well, and I think maybe fans just look at free agent guards out there and going, well, just bring in something new, because what was here wasn't working. So we just want a new piece to throw in there that tells us you see the same problem we see. Tells us you're trying to fix the problem, whereas they're looking at it going, well, we don't think it's as big of a problem as maybe you guys do, because we believe in the growth and development of the guys that were here last year. And while it didn't come across well on the field, there's no two ways around it. The O-line was bad, period, end of story. It was not a good year. Now, was it all because they lack talent, they lack experience, or was it that combined with, hey, what they were being asked to do in that offense did not suit it didn't play to their strengths. It played to their weaknesses. So, that's still the other unknown. How does this new offense and the new O-line coach change what we saw last year? I don't know. We're going to find out together, because I don't know what that looks like. We can go watch the Saints that's a different group of players. That's, you know, is it just a one size fits all, and he's gonna just bring, here's my system and this is how we run it, and I don't care who the personnel is, or does he tailor it a bit to, well, we got a guy like this. I didn't have a guy like this in New Orleans, but I got a guy like this here, so I can try this method now, and maybe what I did there I can't do because we don't have those players.
Yeah.
So.
Well, remember when we were talking, I'm trying to remember the name of the coach from Detroit that we were thinking about possibly them being.
Oh, their offensive coordinator?
Yeah, I think it was their offensive line coach.
This year.
Detroit. Yeah, we were talking about it before, and it was just about the kind of communication that he has with his offensive line. Now you do have 4 first-rounders there, so that makes it pretty high rate that you're of success with those kinds of guys. But just the way that he talks to the offensive line and what he's asking them to do, but you know, I was listening to Ray Roberts, and he was on with Bump and Stacy earlier, and you know, he was talking about, well, they're talking about the zone scheme, and you know, there's only so many ways you can do that, and it's pretty straightforward. And so, but you know, I don't know what all the other little nuances are, but to me, and look, I'm not an expert on offensive line play, but what I saw last year where there were guys that were put in bad positions and asked to do the wrong thing. And what really I thought it had to do with their rules were all screwed up, because, you know, we have the same thing on defense. It's like, well, if this guy goes in motion, then we got to do this, because you'll never get to where you're supposed to be once he goes in motion. Or that's just one example, but I didn't feel like there was a lot of checks going on. The other thing that drove me nuts, and this is just a stupid thing, they went quick counts so often and hurry up offense, and I'm like, how about let everybody get set and figure out who the heck you're going to block first? That was just one of my kind of pet peeves, you know, and I know that there are people that have success doing that, but I never thought that they were in any kind of a momentum situation where they were just hammering defenses.
Right.
I mean, to me, that's when you go quick count, because like, we're killing these guys. They'd be getting killed, and they go up to the line, and it just, yeah.
Well, that was the opposite from the Russ days, because the frustration was always snap the ball, snap the ball, snap the ball. You're watching on TV, and you're seeing the red numbers, 3, 2, 1, and then invariably we'd see timeout. You're like, you wound that thing all the way down. Now you burned a timeout. It was because I remember clamoring for more pace when Russell was here with Pete, and saying, can we speed it up a bit? Can we, you know, because it was just very deliberate and allowing everybody to get set and really working that clock down to the nub, if you will. But
well, obviously they thought, you know, at that point they thought that was what was best for this offense, and same thing with last year. They felt like that's what was best for the offense. So, yeah, but I mean, I think there's lots of different ways that, like John said, he mentioned, or I guess was that Mike McDonald that was talking about, you know, as far as the guys that are experts.
Yeah, well, a couple of thoughts here from Mike McDonald. First of all, here he is just explaining why they're optimistic about the guys they have on the O-line.
You're always betting on the growth of the guys that you have in the building, because you see it day in, day out, the work ethic, the talent. You know, when we went through the draft process, why we wanted these guys in the first place. I think all those guys grew in the first year too. It's like there's things to be excited about for our young linemen, our young everybody. So like the expectation is yeah, he is what he is now, but guys are allowed to get better too. And then now, you know, the reason that you hire, you know, the staff that you hire is, you know, you're really trusting these guys on, you know, we're going to get a ton of reps, like we're going to get our work in, but I'm being able to stack all those things so the guys get better and play with. But I think philosophically speaking, we want to take pressure off of the offensive line and the quarterback.
So, yeah, if these guys don't develop, then they weren't good draft choices, because guys develop all the time. They do. And so, you know, we'll see. But I guess me saying that means I think they're going to get better, because I just remember coming back my second year. Sometimes it takes guys 3 years. And really lately we've seen, you know, even with quarterbacks and, you know, actually quarterbacks will get held on to as backups for a long time. So everyone, more often than any other position, you might see a guy go 4 years where he's terrible and he's a backup, and then all of a sudden he becomes the starter. But for most players, it's in that second or third year. So yeah, we'll see what happens with these young guys. But Mike's right. I mean, that does happen all the time. But I think there's just been, you know, a track record I think for a lot of teams, I mean, I'm not trying to make excuses for the Seahawks, and, it has been tough at offensive line, but I think it's been tough at offensive line for a lot of teams.
One more from Mike McDonald here, just elaborating on how he thinks this offensive scheme is going to help the O-line.
You have to take pressure off those guys. So we got to change up protection schemes. You got to move the pocket. You got to be able to be really effective running the ball. Your action game has to be on point. One of the reasons we're really excited about Sam is his ability to throw on the move. So all those things, so you can limit some of those really tough downs on the quarterback and the line. So when you talk about scheme, like the X's and O's, like where all the lines are going, we'll figure all that stuff out. But just philosophically speaking, we want to take pressure off those guys too. So that's a point of emphasis. But again, I think that goes back to we believe in the guys we have. But of course, at any position on our team, we're always going to look to say, okay, we're betting on the growth of the person we have, or do we need to go find somebody?
See, and from that quote from Mike McDonald, what I take from that is that last year he was looking at film going, why are you asking this guy to do what you're asking him to do?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why he's talking about taking pressure off of those guys. So, look, he's a defensive expert, but, I think he knows a little bit about putting pressure on offenses and what you can do to them. So I think it's like a veiled criticism right there, but he's not openly criticizing, but that's obviously what he saw.
Yeah, hence the change. Right. I mean, that's the one thing I would, for those that don't like hearing that they believe in the guys they've got, he's shown, at least in a very short amount of time, he doesn't hang on to guys that he doesn't believe in, whether we're talking about players or coaches, because you got rid of your two linebackers who were your big offseason acquisitions. You got rid of both of them.
I don't think I'll ever stop talking about that.
Well, and then you got rid of your offensive coordinator after just 1 year. Yeah. So there was no, there'd probably be a lot more coaches be like, all right, let's play this. Let's see. All right, we hit the ground running. This year we've got a full training camp. We got a full, amount of time to work, whereas last year we had to cram like we're studying for a test, and everything was at hyper speed. I could easily have seen him going, let's give it another season now that we've got our feet on the ground and we know what to expect, and let's see what happens now. But he doesn't do that. It's not working, let's move on. And I think that applies to any position on this team, including the O-line. All right, there's still plenty of quarterback drama around the NFL. We're going to get into all of that coming up next with Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Baseball is back. Julio Rodriguez and the 2025 Mariners are ready to play ball.
God, Julio, home run!
Opening day is just 9 days away.
It's a mentality. It's time to battle. It's time to fight.
Seattle Sports will be live from Soto all day, including Wyman and Bob at Victory Hall from 2 to 6 p.m. Seattle Sports, the home of the Mariners, and your exclusive home for opening day.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the third highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 3 300 megabit Xfinity internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet Plus 1 unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, aka only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at Shaneco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
We could all use more time. Amazon Business offers smart business buying solutions so you can spend more time growing your business and less time doing the admin. I can see why they call it smart. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
They say teachers don't impact for a year, but for a lifetime. Hi, this is Rick Riz. Join WSECU, your local credit union, as we celebrate those who give so much with the Teacher of the Week program. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. Each week throughout the season, we'll honor one teacher with a $500 grant, courtesy of WSECU. Teachers are the real MVPs. Find out more and nominate a teacher at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
The brackets are now open. Compete in the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register. Receive your bracket and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people. And we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
This hour is serviced by the Lee Johnson Auto family.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710. Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac & Jack's Brewing Company. We've talked a lot about what the Seahawks are doing in the offseason. I don't think their offseason is done. I would imagine there'll be a signing or two that'll address some of what's going on with the O-line, whether it's depth, whether it's just a solid veteran kind of player. We'll see what goes on there. Meanwhile, Taking a look at the quarterback spot around the league is interesting because you're looking at a number of teams right now that you can't really point to an obvious guy as that's their quarterback. That's the guy. We joked yesterday about the Steelers, that, hey, they got Mason Rudolph, which they did. They signed him to a 2-year deal. Mm-hmm. I don't think they did that with the intention of he's our starter. We just spent $33 million on another receiver, so we're going to compliment him with Mason Rudolph. So I think they're hoping for bigger and better things, which would be Aaron Rodgers in their mind. And I read the Cam Hayward comments from his podcast where he's like, I ain't going into no darkness retreat with him. They want a sales pitch. Here's the pitch. You want to play with the Steelers? Cool. If not, no skin off my back. Like he's kind of tired of it. And so I don't know what's going to happen with the Steelers. You also look at the Giants. You look at the Browns. 3 of those teams involve Russell Wilson. I mean, he was with the Steelers last year. He's spoken with the Giants and the Browns. And then the Vikings, I assume, are going with J.J. McCarthy, which is why they let Sam Darnold take off.
Yeah.
They could have tagged him, which would have crushed their salary cap, which makes sense that they didn't. But it doesn't sound like there was ever an attempt to work out a deal with him.
Well, I think it's going to be very, very interesting walk. He might be our new Sam Darnold, J.J. McCarthy. He might be our, Jared Goff or Matthew Stafford when he was with your favorite team, Bob.
Yeah,
the Detroit Lions.
Bob's favorite team, the Lions.
But I think J.J. McCarthy. You look at his numbers, and I think you had to have watched a lot of his film and a lot of his games, and he was just a really good leader. And
maybe we just don't know ball, Dave.
Yeah, it could be. That always could be. But no, there's lots of. I haven't really looked at him that much, but people rave about him. As far as last year, I was wondering. I asked a couple of people if you think, that the Vikings would want to trade J.J. McCarthy, and they're like, no way. Why would they do that? I'm like, I don't know. I guess because he's a much better player than I think.
Yeah, but apparently they let, if you let Darnold go.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody knows that guy better than you do coming off that season. You know what he does well, what he doesn't do well. So it would behoove them if they didn't know we got our guy in McCarthy. Well, let's lock him up for another couple of years, and it'll be the security blanket. We can get him at a reasonable rate, and we know what he does. He knows the system. They didn't do that.
Yeah, but so I understand I mean, not exactly, but I'm pretty sure where the Vikings are going.
Yeah, right.
But, with the Steelers, probably the one that's most puzzling, I guess, just because you invested in DK. And with all of this stuff with Aaron Rodgers, why are people he hasn't responded. He hasn't really said anything.
I haven't heard or read a quote from him.
Yeah. So why?
I don't know the last time I've heard him speak or
me
quoted.
Neither. So I'm like, well, why is everybody mad at him? He's not doing anything. And
that's why. Because he's not telling anybody whether he wants to play or not.
Yeah, and there's these people that are ranting, like Stephen A. I don't know if he's in on it, but guys like that are like,
he's probably in on it.
Just get it over with, blah, blah. Like he has some obligation to speak to people and tell them exactly what he wants to do. No. And so
why do you love Aaron Rodgers so much?
It's funny. I find myself defending him on this one because I'm like, yeah, you guys love this stuff anyway.
Well, you're right, but I would think if he wants to play and you've got a limited number of suitors, he would get that message out there. Don't you think he could at least do that, like through his reps? Like, all right, hey, let the Steelers and the Browns or whoever's calling about his services, let them know I'm gonna make a decision by this date, or just let them know I hear it. At least, radio silence probably is what's frustrating people. Like, look, dude, you got a job here. We're interested in giving you a job if you want a job, but you got to let us know if you want a job. And if he's off in a cave somewhere, getting in touch with the darkness, then I think that's people have fatigue because we heard it all last season.
Yeah,
we heard it all before the Jets, and he's on his own time schedule. He took time out of training camp or mini camp or whatever to go to Egypt or whatever that trip was. He just kind of marches to the beat of his own drum and expects others just to go along with it. So I get it on some level, but you're right. He doesn't owe anybody a statement right now, but if he does feel like, it's likely I want to play, it would behoove him, I think, to at least have his reps reach out to whichever of these teams he feels like he is interested in.
Or just give him some kind of an answer like, hey, I'm avoiding this until the end of March or whatever. Yeah. Should be a reasonable enough amount of time. I guess if I'm him, I'm going, well, why don't you go look at some of my tape? There's lots of it out there.
Right. Well, I don't know if anybody's doubting his ability. I mean, I think they know it's not what it once was by
Yeah,
any
but if
stretch.
they have a new offensive scheme or whatever, does that fit? You can figure it out. I don't know. But, yeah, to me, the one I'm most interested in is Russell Wilson, just because I do want to see Russ. I do want to see cute little Russ get into the Hall of Fame.
Well, don't you think the Steelers would be the best landing spot since they know him and DK's there now and they have that relationship and that chemistry on the field? It seems like an obvious stopgap for them. None of these are their long-term answer. Aaron Rodgers isn't anybody's long-term answer, nor is Russell Wilson. But if you're just looking for a guy to bridge that gap for this season, the Steelers, it feels like, hey, why wouldn't you, unless there were some bad feelings that we're not aware of, why wouldn't Russell be the obvious choice to bring back?
Yeah, to me, he looks like the most obvious one. So, yeah, I feel like the Browns would do well with him. And, you know, and I don't know if they're going to end up drafting that Abdul Carter guy or if he'll even be there. But from everything that I've heard, he is absolutely the best player in the draft.
Yeah.
So, and Mike will be happy about this. This one that I'm looking at, this particular mock draft has the Tennessee Titans taking Abdul Carter.
I think he wants Cam Ward.
Yeah, give me some excitement. I don't want another defensive guy. Quarterbacks bring excitement, right?
He wants it.
No, this guy's an unbelievable talent, man. You put him on the edge. He's going to
With what quarterback?
I don't know. That's your business.
Will Levis.
I'm trying to build your defense right here.
No, that's true. The good Mike McDonald mindset. You're right. Good call.
By the way, when are we going to hear about Geno's deal?
That is the most. I am so excited for that. Maybe it's not excitement. I guess,
but you're anticipating it. I'm curious. I'm very curious as to what it's ultimately going to look like.
Here's what I think, that no matter what, Pete's going to find a way, not that Pete's the financial string puller or anything like that, but he's going to find a way so that it appears that Geno has saved face. Because I think his market is more towards what the Seahawks were offering him than, and we don't really know what he wants because he didn't even counter, right? So, but I think
what we heard, they didn't have any response, that it was radio silence, not even a, we'll get back to you.
Right.
It was like, here's our offer, and then nothing but crickets.
And not only that, watching him play next year. I'm very curious about that, to see. I mean, he was good last year. As much complaining as we talked, with the red zone interceptions and all that, it was a 70% completion percentage.
Yeah.
70% behind a line that, as everybody has said, is terrible.
Well, we'll see what that brings him in the way of salary, because I'm fascinated by it and extremely curious. But boy, it's taken a bit of time to get that done, because no announcements, no press conferences introducing him, nothing. By the way, opening day is almost here, and we're going to send you and a friend to experience it in a way you never have before. Front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions, the first pitch, and much more, all from the field. Now, to enter, all you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. Now, if you don't already have the app, not a big deal. Just text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776. We'll send you a link to download it. It's completely free. You can enter every day to increase your chances to win. The contest runs through Friday, March 21st. All right, coming up, there are two completely opposite views on the Cooper Kupp signing. You're going to hear both of them when we sweep the dial. Coming up with Wyman and Bob, this is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
If I were using those top 5 picks, top priority, interior offensive line. Second priority,
interior offensive line.
Defensive tackle.
Interior offensive line, clearly number one for me, and I think there's 2 or 3 guys that at 18 they would absolutely take. I would like to see 2 of the first 3 picks on big people at the line of scrimmage. And all this does is reinforce big people, big people, big people. Mm-hmm. It's who we are.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. With thousands of full replacements with expert craftsmanship and unbeatable warranties, we've been building roofs you can trust for over 5 decades. It's more than just a job, it's our promise to you. Protect your investment with a free Golden Pledge warranty on all GAF roof replacements over $15,000. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. Final tryouts for adults ages 18 to 65 and older are this Sunday, March 23rd at Interlake High School in Bellevue. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at pssbl.com. That's pssbl.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed a musty smell in your home? I hope not, because damp smells mean that you could have a crawl space problem. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to waterproof your crawl space and get to the root cause of the problem. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Opening day is just days away, and we want to send you and a friend to experience it like never before. Get front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions, the first pitch, and more, all from the field. To enter, just open the Seattle Sports app and hit the Win tab for all the details. You can enter once per day, so the more you enter, the better your chances. This contest runs through March 21st. Seattle Sports, home of the Mariners, and your home for opening day.
Play ball! The noon hour of the Bump and Stacy Show is powered every day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
I'm Chris Davis, former King County prosecutor and founder of the Davis Law Group in Seattle. If you've been injured in a crash caused by impaired or drunk drivers, there are special considerations that need to be taken to protect your legal rights. Davis Law Group's team of investigators and lawyers know how to properly investigate DUI crashes and identify all parties who might be legally responsible for your injuries and damages. Call Davis Law Group at 206-888-8888 or get my free book at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
First thing, there are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on them.
On them.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
You're free now. Free to stream beyond your wildest dreams.
Rom-coms, slasher-coms, space operas.
Free to fill your feed with impossibly chonky chonkers.
Cats, corgis, babies on demand.
Free to make your smart devices do silly things.
Bowl of chips on the Robo-Vacuum.
Free to open a world of remote work and Gametopia.
Who's the boss now?
Free to be everything you imagine. That's how it feels to have Quantum Fiber Internet. Your world unleashed. Learn more at quantumfiber.com.
Limited availability, service in select locations only.
Scanning the airwaves for the most interesting and entertaining stories of the day. Sweeping the dial. Every afternoon at 4:45 with Wyman and Bob.
Presented by Silver Reef Casino Resort.
So we have two national perspectives here, and two that have kind of flip-flopped a little after the Sam Darnold move about how they feel now after the Seahawks signed Cooper Kupp. So first up, Rich Eisen. He initially did not like the Darnold move. Now feels much better about the Seahawks offseason.
We're going to pay Sam Darnold much less than that. I think he's 7 years younger than Geno. We'll pay him $30 million a year in ages 27, 28, 29. And Cooper Kupp, we'll pay him half of what we're paying DK. Can't push back on that, can you? Come on. If you have that option to get younger at quarterback,
I like that,
and not pay a receiver $30 million a year, as much as we're sitting here and talking about DK's excellence and paying guys what they're deserving to be paid, I kind of think it's a smart bet that they're now amassing the draft choices for Geno and DK. You're thinking about, let's get the guy in. Let's start building our roster this way. Let's get going. And you're also playing off the fact that he wants to beat the old team. He knows the division. He knows the area. Kid's coming home. Great story. I like it.
Yeah, there's a lot to like about amassing the draft picks. You're saving money. The ultimate question is, are you better? And that's what we're going to find out. Are you better off with Darnold, Kupp, and MVS than you were with Geno, DK, and Tyler Lockett?
Yeah. Well, you asked me that question yesterday, or we both answered it. I'm not quite there yet with the receivers.
You got to see it.
Yeah, Geno, I mean, look, like I said, he was 70%. That's good. Somebody said he'd be 75% if you included the interceptions, right?
The completions to the other team, yeah.
I don't, look, I'm sorry. Geno had good numbers. He was good. They won 10 games. You can debate all you want about the strength of schedule and things like that, but yeah, I don't know. I still think Geno's good. I'm kind of rooting for him. I think he left here. His departure was rash on his part. I don't think he's going to get paid that much money. But the one thing that I see, if you think you're taking a gamble on Sam Darnold, I think it's a pretty low-priced gamble.
Well, as we found out looking at the numbers, you're talking about a one-year gamble, essentially. If it goes horribly wrong this year, they're on the hook for this year.
Yeah.
They can get out of it after 1 year.
Sweeping the dial.
Well, now we flip to Colin Cowherd, who did like the Sam Darnold move, but really can't figure out the Cooper Kupp signing.
One of the strangest contracts to me was Cooper Kupp. So John Snyder, the GM of Seattle, has almost never missed on receivers. Jesus, he's been fantastic with wide receivers. Cooper Kupp doesn't separate. I mean, Sean McVay moves off a receiver. I mean, they re-signed Tutu Atwell because he gets open. They went and paid for older Devontae Adams because if you go look at the analytics, he gets open. Cooper Kupp doesn't get open at all. Yeah. But the Cooper Kupp deal, when you look at the Sam Darnold contract, which could end up being just a 1 year, $37 million deal, if you look at the way it's laid out, do you think Darnold is a 2 to 3 year play in Seattle? Because the Cooper Kupp move is like, damn, are you going all in on Sam?
No, they're not really going all in on Sam. It's a 1 year deal. But yeah, I don't. Cooper Kupp, $15 million seemed a little steep to me, but yeah, and again, I'm not ready. We just had Cooper in here. He was fantastic. Love it. Love all of his answers, everything. But, I think that it was, until proven differently, I think that with this group now with JSN and him and MVS, that to me is, we know what we had there. And I like DK. I like Tyler Lockett. So I think they're going to have to prove it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way to say right now they're in a better spot. They are financially. Right. You are draft capital-wise. Those are easy to determine. That's just a statement of fact, not opinion. They've got more draft picks, and you've saved money. So those are facts. Are you a better team? That we're not going to know that until these guys hit the field, and then we'll see. We'll see what how does JSN look without that threat of DK out there, and can Cooper Kupp draw that kind of attention? There's a lot to be learned. We're not going to be. We can give an opinion like, well, I like this guy better. I like this guy better. A lot of people like Cooper Kupp because he's from here, and that's all they need. And they felt DK was a diva and he was, toxic or whatever their opinion was, whether it's accurate or not. It's what they believe. So, we'll see how it washes out. But to me, you can't answer the question whether they're better or not until we hit the season. I don't know if Sam Darnold's going to be better than Geno. We talked about it before that move was ever made that, if you had Geno versus whoever, the group of quarterbacks that were available, we went through them and going, well, no, I take Geno over that guy. I take Geno over that guy. Take Geno over that guy. And some took that to mean, oh, you think he's Patrick Mahomes. No, just felt like he was more of a proven commodity than what was available. And Sam Darnold, in my opinion, I like his talent. I like his youth. I like what he showed last season. But I need to see that again to believe that that's just who he is moving forward.
Yeah, understandably. And Rich Eisen likes what the Seahawks have done. Colin Cowherd does not, and Colin's been wrong as far as the Seahawks.
He's wrong a lot, so we should really embrace that comment.
I don't know how much he is just in general. You're right, but at least with the Seahawks, he's been wrong.
Sweeping the dial.
Well, just as Bob was settling down for the evening, the Dodgers and Cubs started the MLB season early this morning in Tokyo, and Shohei Ohtani, the man everyone came to see, doubled in the ninth for his second hit of the game.
Down the line, his second hit of the ball game. This one goes to the wall. Ohtani starts the ninth with a double. His second hit of this ball game, and his second one clocked at 107 miles per hour.
Of course. It's just what he does. He just hits. I love watching that guy play. I like watching the Dodgers play because they got Mookie Betts there. They got Freddie Freeman there. That team is just so stacked. It's just so ridiculous.
Easy to like.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say I'm rooting for the Dodgers. I'm just interested to see them play because of who's on the team. Whether they win or lose doesn't matter to me.
If the Mariners could face anyone in the World Series, who would you want it to be?
Well, it can't happen because they're in the same league, but the Astros. They're in the same division, the same league. Can't happen. But if I could just make that wish come true, somehow it would happen that the Astros were back in the National League.
Yeah, but they would just cheat.
No, I would just take great joy in beating them. That would be just delightful. But, I don't know if it's National League team. I can't think of any National League teams that I really dislike that I'd really enjoy seeing them lose. So I guess, maybe the Dodgers just for the star power. And if you beat the Dodgers with that lineup and that everything they've invested, that's
you're playing really well.
That's a big feather in your cap, Dave. Big feather. All right, coming up, we'll see if he shares the same opinion on the NCAA tournament snub as the West Virginia governor, El Hombre. Michael Bradley joins us next as we continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center with Wyman and Bob at Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
Cooper Kupp, does the fit make sense?
Yeah, it does. He still runs good routes. He's never been a burner, so his game kind of ages like fine wine, the same way I described Devontae Adams. He can catch the football. He is smart. He is savvy. He's great in the red zone. He's still got some quicks to his game. You and JSN, you're coming home. The offense is just like it was over there with Sean McVay and them. Why wouldn't you want to go home?
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
The brackets are now open. Compete in the Seattle Sports Bracket Bucks presented by Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Head to seattlesports.com/win to pre-register. Receive your bracket and compete for your shot at great prizes. The grand prize winner from the 64-team bracket will win $1,000 in Visa gift cards. But if your bracket is busted in the first round, we have other ways for you to play too. Register and find complete rules at seattlesports.com/win.
Do you need a new roof? Don't wait for summer to replace it. 3 Tree Roofing is here to help you save big this winter. Avoid summer's higher prices and longer wait times and protect your home's integrity now. Visit 3treeroofing.com for your free on-site estimate. Our certified installers make it easy and worry-free, no matter the season. Don't wait. Book your estimate today at 3treeroofing.com. Mention this ad and get $500 off your roof replacement. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Well, the longer days, the sunny breaks in the weather, they've got me dreaming of summer, right? Getting out in the golf course, heading on vacation, or just enjoying our beautiful Northwest region. Make this summer one to remember by looking and feeling your absolute best. You can do it, and if you start right now, you can accomplish that goal before Memorial Day weekend. It's Mike Salk here, and 45 days is all it takes. You can lose almost a pound each day. I lost 35 total with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and I'll let you in a little secret. Those 45 days, they're not even that hard. No crazy dieting, no cardio or crazy exercise. Definitely no pills or injections with any kind of potentially scary side effects. None of that. You're eating healthy, delicious meals that you make for yourself and buy at the grocery store, and you watch the pounds absolutely fall off. Find out if you can do it. I know you can. A 15-minute call is all it takes. No obligation. Schedule it right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. You got nothing to lose other than like a ton of weight. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, DC. Results may vary.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet. And we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, T-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Robinhood Gold members can now enjoy the VIP treatment, receiving a 3% IRA match on annual retirement contributions. With Robinhood Gold, the perks of the high net worth are now available for any net worth. The new gold standard is here with Robinhood Gold. To receive a 3% boost on annual IRA contributions, sign up at Robinhood.com/gold. Investing involves risk. 3% match requires Robinhood Gold $5 a month for 1 year from first match. Must keep funds in IRA for 5 years. Go to Robinhood.com/boost. Robinhood Financial LLC member SIPC. Gold membership is offered by Robinhood Gold LLC.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Well, a big moment for the Philadelphia Eagles is defensive end Brandon Graham announced his retirement after 15 seasons in the NFL. A first-round pick out of Michigan back in 2010, spent his entire career with the Eagles, holds the team record for the most regular season games played at 206. His third all-time in sacks at 76.5, has 2 Lombardi trophies he helped deliver. And they were placed at either side of him as he had an emotional farewell speech in the team's auditorium today. So 15 years, he is calling it a career. Meanwhile, the New England Patriots signing a guy that was being talked about out here, Garrett Bradbury, formerly of the Minnesota Vikings. He was released by the Vikings on Monday, and the Patriots wasted no time with a deal worth up to $12 million, includes $3.8 million guaranteed.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
Yeah, you know what you can get me, Pee-wee? What? El Hombre. That was a catastrophe. I know. That's a new low. Bras is better. El Hombre. The natural meets Rudy meets... I don't even know how to describe it. El Hombre.
He's here, everybody, every Tuesday at 5 p.m. You look forward to this conversation. He joins us on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. He's the one, the only El Hombre. Michael Bradley is with us. How are you, man?
What's happening?
Are you sad about the Brandon Graham news? Was that expected out there? 15 years with the Eagles?
Completely expected. He I think it was his biceps tendon or his triceps or whatever he tore during the regular season or at the beginning of the season, he tore it again during the Super Bowl. So he was not going to be able to play. It was expected. Nobody was sitting there saying, geez, I hope Brandon Graham's coming back for a year. A lot of people were surprised that he came back this year. And I love that he played in the Super Bowl, even though he hurt himself again. Now it's, do your rehab so you can pick up your kids. And I mean, pick them up in the air, not pick them up in the car. So he was a great Eagle, most games ever, third in sacks, as you said. 2 Super Bowl trophies, had the big strip sack against the Patriots. People will always remember him for that. It'll be very interesting to see, A, does he get Hall of Fame consideration, and B, do the Eagles retire his number?
Yeah, I mean, he's also, isn't he the guy that called the reporter a couple of years ago? He was talking about Sirianni possibly being in the hot seat, and he's like, what are you, a clown bro or something like that? Remember
was
that?
Him?
Did he throw the clown bro? Did he throw the clown bro out there? I'm not sure. That doesn't sound like him. I don't know. It could have been.
He didn't say bro, but he called him a clown.
Yeah, very loyal. Yeah, the clown question, bro. That came from who had
Bryce Harper.
That's another Philadelphia guy.
Yes, but he didn't say it while he was in Philly. But he was a loyal Eagle, a great teammate, a great leader. And, the fans are going to miss him. They love him.
Man, 15 years in the NFL is.
I like that he said, "Hey, that statement wasn't made in Philadelphia."
Yeah, so it doesn't count. It doesn't carry the same weight.
Clear that up, man.
Hey, so what I was getting a kick out of and I'm curious where you stand. Every year, Michael, when they unveil the tournament brackets, there's somebody out there just kicking and screaming, "We got snubbed. This is terrible." And nobody's done it better than West Virginia Governor Patrick Morrisey, who I love this, that he said West Virginia deserved to be in the NCAA tournament as he was standing at a lectern with a sign reading National Corrupt Athletic Association that said this was a miscarriage of justice and robbery at the highest levels. And maybe it was. I don't know. Do you agree with this statement, and what did you just think overall of his presentation? Because I got a kick out of it.
All right, I'll answer the second one first. Total grandstanding. West Virginia is sort of an insular place. You make a lot of jokes about that, but, he was playing to the people. So people are upset. We're going to sue them. National Corrupt Athletic Association, blah, blah, blah. All right, go away. Yeah. What always happens with this is once the games start, and they have started, right? We've got the first 4 tonight. Once the games start, all the bluster goes away. All the teams that have been wronged recede and shut up and get ready for next year. So that's the first thing that you got to keep in mind. Secondly, did North Carolina belong in? No shot. Last year they said it's about quad 1 wins, not about who you play. This year it's who you play, not quad 1 wins. So, or tier 1 or whatever the heck they're called. 1-12, ridiculous. then you got Michigan, who has the fourth most quad one wins in all of college basketball, beats Purdue 2 out of 3, beats Wisconsin twice, beats Maryland, and is ahead of all of them in the standings, and they get a 5 seed and the others get 3s and 4s. So trying to figure this out makes no sense. But as Courtney Cronin, who's on ESPN's Around the Horn, said, and she's an Indiana grad, win more games and you don't have to worry about this. It's the same thing we were saying about the college football playoff, right? Lane Kiffin, no, win another game. Don't lose to Kentucky. And then you get in. So if you're Indiana, don't have a big, bad middle of the season, and you're in the tournament.
How about the SEC? 14 of 16 teams. This is a record that they set. 14 of their 16 teams made it into the NCAA tournament, and just the I don't know. I guess SEC has had some good teams in the past, but is this our NIL taking effect? The transfer portal, things like that. I mean, what do you make of that super conference there?
I think this is an anomaly. But first of all, how'd you like to be the coaches of South Carolina and LSU? You don't make the tournament. You're the 2 out of 16 that don't make the tournament. How do you think the coaches' meetings are going to look next year? Hey, man, how you doing? Hey, how was the NIT for you fellas, or whatever it was you're allowed to play in?
The CBI and
yeah, exactly. I think that the Crown. I think this was an anomaly. You're not going to see 14 teams again. There's a lot of pressure on the SEC right now. These teams have to win some games, because if you get 5 or 6 of them that get bounced in the first round, especially if they get bounced by 11, 12 seeds, people are going to start to say, well, this conference wasn't as good as we thought. We left some teams out that maybe belonged in instead of these SEC teams. So that's the first thing I think of, is that there's some work. They've got to now deliver on the promise that this is the best conference in all of college basketball. And at the same time, I don't know how much they're paying their players, but they got some good coaches down there. And there's, keep in mind one other thing. The population of this country is shifting a little bit. It continues to move south. It continues to move to the areas where the temperatures are a little warmer. And there may be some more better players down there.
So in looking at the brackets and who's in, who's out, all of that, ultimately, who do you think stands out? Who do you have in your bracket? Who's in the final?
Well, my winning team is Florida. I think Florida is really good. They've got big people. They play 9. They are deadly against the 3-point shot. You don't shoot 30% from 3 against them. They have a good point guard. They can do everything you need. They're very efficient on the offensive end. And Todd Golden's done a good job building that program over the 3 years he's been there. Obviously, Duke is a pick that you look at and you say, well, geez, if Cooper Flagg is healthy, this is a great team. And that big guy, I forget his name right now, who's going to be a top 5 or 10 draft pick, he's in there too. So who knows how good – here's the thing. The ACC stinks this year, right? North Carolina doesn't belong in. Other than that, it's Louisville and Clemson. And you say, all right, and the rest of it's bad. So did Duke fatten up on bad teams, or are they really that good? Is this the year John Shire finally makes good on his promise? Houston is scary because this year they're scoring. In the past, you played against Houston, it was like being strangled or having a pillow put over your head. You hated every minute of it, and eventually you just died. But now they can score on you as well as suffocating you. And then I also have Michigan State in. I know they can't make an outside shot, although when they make a few, they're almost unbeatable. But they have a deep team also, and nobody's trying to be the star. Every game, every time you watch them, somebody else does it. They play hard as hell on defense, and I love Tom Izzo as a coach. So that's my Final Four, but I think Florida wins.
Do you think the tournament has as much hype and appeal around it? Is it as popular, do you think, this year compared to maybe 10, 12 years ago?
I don't think so. I think that, you've got some people who don't know who's on the team, right? You may have some people picking their teams and saying, well, who's on these teams? Because Rick Pitino said it best. We're not recruiting 18-year-olds anymore. We're just going to go out and get transfers. Right. So every year you have to figure out who's on the team. And that doesn't allow fans to kind of get to know players over the course of, a couple of years and get to know teams and get to know how they play, et cetera. Every year's a different version. I mean, right now, you've got Drake is going to play against Missouri, and their coach has them playing this slow down, grind it out style. He has to because he brought a bunch of D2 guys with him from Northwest Missouri State. He doesn't want to play that way. So next year they may play completely differently with an entirely different roster. It's hard to develop an affinity for these players. Yeah. And other than Cooper Flagg, I think the average player couldn't tell you who some of the other best players, the average fan couldn't tell you who the best players are.
I remember Grant Hill's sophomore year at Duke and just being so excited that, you know, he's going to be there for another couple years. And, yeah, he kept track of those things. I agree with you on that.
Hey, Michael, looking at the NFL, we were just talking about teams that need quarterbacks, but there are just not many options out there. I mean, you got the Steelers who are apparently waiting on word from Aaron Rodgers, and I really enjoyed another comment, this coming from Cameron Hayward. I don't know if you heard this, but he said it on his podcast today about, you know, he's not going out to recruit anybody. He's not trying to recruit him. His quote was, "I ain't doing that darkness retreat. I don't need any of that crap. Either you want to be a Steeler or you don't. It's that simple." And he said, that's the pitch. If you want me to recruit, that's the recruiting pitch. Pittsburgh Steelers. If you want to be part of it, so be it. If you don't, no skin off my back. So Dave was kind of defending Aaron Rodgers, saying, well, he doesn't really owe anybody a comment because we just haven't heard anything from him either way. How do you view this? Because there seems to be fatigue from some of the reporters who are like, oh, this is, you know, he owes it to these teams to say something. And other people, you know, Dave say, well, he doesn't really owe anybody anything at this point. So how do you view it? Is he, you know, some saying he's holding these teams hostage. This is who he's been. This is what he does. He goes on his darkness retreat. He doesn't talk to anybody. And I guess he'll come out of that TP or the cave or whatever and say, I'm playing or I'm not. He's like the groundhog.
Yeah, and look, The Onion had a great headline today. It said, numerous teams expressed interest in Aaron Rodgers playing elsewhere. So, you know, what is happening right now is that this guy, who's at the tail end of his career, no one knows how much juice he's got left, is trying to figure out where he wants to play football or if he wants to play football. The media, meanwhile, needs stories. And rather than just saying, let's find out when Aaron Rodgers decides to play somewhere, they're saying, tell us where you're going to play. Tell us where you're going to. We need to know. You're stringing us along. It's not fair. Any team that wants to get into bed with this guy who's playing this game, and by the way, Russell Wilson has to wait now. Who else is out there that has to wait? There's another quarterback who is waiting to see what happens. You know, it's not that Russell Wilson doesn't want to play something. What's that?
No, I said Geno Smith. I was joking.
No, Geno's. But I'm saying this all comes down to the Steelers wanting Aaron Rodgers because they know they can't win with Russell Wilson. They didn't win at the end of last year with Russell Wilson. So we're going to wait and find out. I couldn't care less because to me, whoever gets him is going to be at best 10-7, maybe 9. You know, maybe they win 11 games. I doubt it. And I love what Hayward said. You know, we're the Steelers. We're not some team that's, you know, Jacksonville is desperate. We've got 6 Super Bowl trophies in our office. We go to the playoffs every year. We got a great coach. Our defense is really good. You want to play for a team that wants to win? Come on. You know, you want to go play in New York? Have a great time. You're not going to win anything.
Yeah, it's odd just looking at the Steelers as the example because they just signed DK Metcalf to a contract that averages $33 million a season. So it seems like it would be, you know, there would be some urgency to get the best available quarterback, which I guess is Aaron Rodgers at this point. I mean, it's not like you've got Mahomes and Josh Allen out there waiting for a team to pick them up. I mean, it's Russell Wilson, it's Aaron Rodgers, and I don't know who the hell else is out there. Jameis Winston, you know, what are you going to do?
Arnold's still out there? Did someone pick him up? Did he get snapped up by somebody?
Is that sarcasm?
We bought him.
Yeah,
man.
I'm just kidding.
Okay.
I know you did. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
My point in all of this is that we always say this. There's maybe 15 quarterbacks in the NFL that you could say give you a chance to win a Super Bowl. And what we're seeing now is all 15 of those have homes. The next 10 to 15 have homes. And there's 2 or 3 out there that you're saying, can we swallow it hard and take them? I think the Steelers don't have any other option other than to try to get Aaron Rodgers. And I think they're trying to figure out from him Will he come in and play the way Mike Tomlin wants him to play, not just on the field, but how's he going to act off the field? Can they come up with some sort of agreement that allows the two of them to coexist for a season successfully?
What do you think he does when he's all done, El Hombre?
He starts a cult.
I think he disappears.
Yeah.
He's such a pole. He'll go on what's his name's podcast. Who's that
McAfee.
knucklehead on ESPN who wears the tank top?
McAfee.
Who's that guy that he has in the hostage situation with him?
AJ Hawk.
AJ, if you're safe, blink 2 times, AJ.
Oh my God.
So he might show up on that, but he's going to count his money and be strange.
I don't know what they're paying AJ Hawk, but that's got to be the best gig in the world.
Yeah, he doesn't have to talk.
Yeah.
He just stares into the camera.
Yeah, it's sort of like the analyst in Major League. He's not the best color guy on television for nothing. He didn't have to say anything. Euchre did all the talking.
Well, it feels like just moving on from the Steelers in a moment, but I was telling Dave, we were talking about it, if it's not Rodgers or if they're getting antsy, I mean, it sounds weird, but it feels like their best option would be Russell because they know him. He did win some games for him last year, and he's got a relationship with DK Metcalf. They're friends, and certainly they played together and have a chemistry there. So he would seem the obvious choice if Rodgers either doesn't respond for, a period of time or says, I don't want to play. Wouldn't he seem the logical fallback?
Absolutely. And Russell, and the thing, Russell Wilson can't exactly play hardball with him or play hurt feelings with him because it's kind of like nobody else picked him up. So it's not as if he says, I had other offers and I waited for you. Like, no, you don't have any offers. So you got to wait for them. And that would be it. And it just shows you that the league does not replenish quarterbacks the way it replenishes other positions. I mean, you keep bringing new talent in at all the other positions, but every year it's a total crapshoot. I don't think we're going to get a quarterback out of this draft that's going to start for 2 or 3 years. I don't think there's any chance of it. And I don't think Cam Ward's the guy. I don't think Shedeur Sanders is. And some people like Jackson Dart, but when he's good, he's good. When he's bad, he's bad. So, again, we're going to be going into next year with the bottom 10 quarterbacks being shuffled around and nobody really coming away with anything that helps them a lot.
Hey, just from everything that we hear from you and know about Philadelphia fans is that they're tough. And so Howie Roseman, who's done a good job and won it with offensive and defensive line, what are some of the complaints that you hear around draft time or when he's building his team through free agency?
Wait, with him right now? There's not a single complaint. I mean, he's a god. He's worshipped here now. And I'm not exaggerating. It's a guy who's won 2 Super Bowls in Philadelphia. Okay? Yeah. The team that hadn't won a championship since 1960. He's got 2. All right. Yeah. This man could walk down Broad Street, with a sign saying, the mayor stinks, and everybody be like, yeah, the mayor stinks because Howie says so. You build Howie. You look at Howie Roseman's tenure in Philadelphia in 2 ways: pre-Chip Kelly and post-Chip Kelly. So pre-maximum leader, he was a disaster. His drafts were bad. He was picking first and second round picks that were no good. Then maximum leader puts him in a closet, says you're not allowed to do anything. I'm in charge. And then he leaves, and then Roseman emerges as some sort of monarch butterfly out of the cocoon, his metamorphosis, and he's now all of a sudden the best general manager in football. He manages the cap like a virtuoso. He finds free agents cheaper than everybody else. Take a look at what the Bengals just spent for Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and compare that to what the Eagles are paying A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Like 100 times more.
Yeah, so by the way, Dave's a big fan of that nickname.
Is the gold standard. What, maximum leader?
He loves it.
It's just.
Yeah, I use that on another show, and I think somewhere I use that somewhere else. Someone was, what do you mean by maximum leader? We don't get that. So I had to explain it for him.
I had to walk him through it.
I just like the way it sounds.
Maximum leader. Hey, so I don't imagine you got up early to watch the Dodgers and Cubs from Tokyo.
Well, I get up at 5:15, so I could have watched it if I remembered. I forgot completely. I forgot it was on. I'm really upset. I get to school, and I'm like, oh, damn, I could have been watching baseball instead of watching ESPN do 20 minutes of NBA highlights before they even mention March Madness. Come on, guys. I know you're not televising it. Be a little bit less blunt about how you're not going to pay any attention to something you don't broadcast? Come on.
Hey, Dave asked me. Dave asked me who I would want the Mariners to play in the World Series if I could pick any team, and I said, well, if it's any team, I'd pick the Astros. I know they're in the same league in the same division, but hypothetically, I would take more joy out of watching them lose as opposed to any other team. What would your answer be for the Phillies? You could pick any team.
I'd pick last year's White Sox. I know they'd win.
I knew that was coming. Of course, you picked the crappiest team.
No, which team would give you the most satisfaction?
Satisfaction is the trophy. I don't sit back and go, oh, the Phillies beat the Rays in 2008 for the championship. If only they had beaten the Yankees. No. Give me the trophy. 1980, we beat the Royals. Oh, I wish the Yankees had prevailed in the ALCS that year so that we could have had a more worthy opponent. No, win.
Nobody's talking about quality of win.
Last year's White Sox.
Yeah, exactly.
The perfect answer.
Cheeseburgers.
Perfect answer.
Yeah, I was playing that game a different way. I guess I was thinking about who would I just thoroughly enjoy watching them lose. And nobody would make me happier than watching the Astros lose. So that would have been.
Guarantee.
Well, I was assuming victory. So who would I like to see the Mariners beat in the World Series?
Yeah, but you would just torture yourself.
Johnny Chase.
You would torture yourself if the Astros beat the Mariners.
Yeah. You'd be disconsolate. There's no way we could allow that to happen. No chance.
I might not recover from that one. He is El Hombre.
Belts and shoelaces.
Michael Bradley with us every single Tuesday at 5 p.m. is where you find him here. You can find him on Twitter at Daily Hombre, on Twitter as well. By the way, how's that interaction going on Twitter these days? Still good?
It's you know what? They don't go at me as much anymore. I think we've reached something of a truce, so I'll get questions. My man Mark Sheehan continually asks me questions. He's always on there, but other folks will jump in. We had a big thing this past weekend. The Villanovan, the student newspaper Villanova that I'm the advisor for, broke the story that Kyle Neptune was fired by Villanova, which was great. And I got some love. I tweeted it out, and I got some love from Seattle people for that. So the students did a hell of a job. And then it was great. You know, people like, I won't mention any names, but there were some national people who wouldn't give credit to the Villanovan because it was a student newspaper for breaking it. But ESPN actually did.
There you go.
Put it on the bottom line that it was first reported by the Villanovan, which they never do. Source, they usually say, Jay Billis confirms that Kyle Neptune was fired, and now that he's confirmed that it actually happened, forget who else reported it. So it was big, and some Seattle folks chimed in on that too, which was very edifying.
Look at the 4-letter network coming through for you, huh? How about that?
Unbelievable. Love it so much. I'm doing it. My lesson tomorrow in sports journalism is on ESPN. I convince these students that they're evil. So that'll be an interesting day tomorrow.
You can find him on Twitter again at Daily Hombre, on Twitter. Michael, we appreciate it, my friend. We'll do it again next week.
So long, suckers.
There he goes, everybody. The great El Hombre, Michael Bradley.
People are texting in maximum liter of cola.
Maximum liter of cola?
L-I-T-E-R.
Oh, liter of cola. I get it.
Yeah, it took me a while, too.
Super Trooper reference day. All right, coming up.
Such a stupid movie.
It's a great movie, classic. Greg Amsinger said a lot of interesting things earlier. If you guys missed that conversation, it's on the podcast page after the show. It included why Dan Wilson will have a noticeable impact. So we'll let you hear what he had to say and respond to that. Coming up next with Wyman and Bob, this is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk. Weekdays 6 to 10.
Daniel Jeremiah mock draft just out this morning. At number 18, Seattle selects Colston Loveland, tight end. Brock, who is Colston Loveland?
Yeah, he's an Idaho boy. You see him in the first round mocks everywhere because he's 6'6", 250, and just athletic. Kind of your Travis Kelce. Third down dynamo and just a difference maker.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
You know, after years of football and the injuries that go with it, my first thought was always go get surgery. Hey, it's Dave Wyman here, but after a consultation with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine, my eyes were open to an alternative to surgery. And I'm talking about stem cell therapy with Dr. Wagner. It helps with severe osteoarthritis, including bone-on-bone, loss of cartilage, even rotator cuff, labrum, and meniscus tears. And really, it's about getting people back to doing all the activities they love without pain and without surgery. Dr. Wagner's 60-minute outpatient procedure uses your own stem cells, which can regenerate your own cartilage in your own joints. Dr. Mark Wagner, MD, is a board-certified Seattle physician with over 30 years of experience, and he's performed over 20,000 stem cell procedures. And he's one of the few doing it the right way. So whether it's a shoulder, hip, elbow, ankle, wrist, or knee, before choosing surgery, see Dr. Mark Wagner first. Get the facts, then get back in the game at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Do you need a new roof? Don't wait for summer to replace it. 3Tree Roofing is here to help you save big this winter. Avoid summer's higher prices and longer wait times and protect your home's integrity now. Visit 3treeroofing.com for your free on-site estimate. Our certified installers make it easy and worry-free, no matter the season. Don't wait. Book your estimate today at 3treeroofing.com. Mention this ad and get $500 off your roof replacement. 3Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet. And we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place.
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business.
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
Hey guys, did you know that half of men over age 50 have erectile dysfunction on some level? Whether you have mild, moderate, or severe ED, West Coast Men's Health can help. We don't prescribe pills and hope they work. Instead, we treat the root cause of the problem with acoustic wave therapy, which breaks down plaque, unclogs arteries, and restores blood flow. We have treated thousands of men across our 11 locations nationwide and have established ourselves as a leader in the industry. So whether you have ED, Peyronie's disease, or suffer from chronic pain, such as neuropathy, carpal tunnel, or Dupuytren's contracture, West Coast Men's Health can help. No pills, no shots, no surgery, just results.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call West Coast Men's Health at 206-5
206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We continue live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. Text line is there for you at 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Dave, are you breaking things over there? What happened? Did it just?
Bob, I don't know if you
did it just break on its own?
I have big feet. Sometimes they get in the way. That's my excuse.
Text line is there for you. Somebody texting in when you asked me the question if you could pick a team for the Mariners to beat in the World Series, who would it be? And I said, of course, the Astros. And then the 206.
Oh no, he didn't lecture you, did he? They're in the American League West.
No,
okay, good.
They just said, "Are you kidding me, Bob? Worried about who the Mariners might beat in the World Series when the M's haven't ever made it to the World Series?" I guess 206 missed that it was a hypothetical question you were asking about who would I want to see them beat. We're already assuming they're in there and that they're going to win. So I would take most joy out of watching the Mariners beat the Astros if I could pick any team. Understanding they play in the same division, they play in the same league, but if that's the hypothetical, we can do away with whatever rules exist.
Yeah, I love the hypothetical. It's a fantasy land.
So no, 206. I'm not kidding you. I'd like to see him kick the ever-loving hell out of the Astros, and it would bring me great joy for years and years. How about that?
If you knew that you could make it, the Mariners could make it to the World Series, but they were going to lose, and it was going to cause the most heartbreak you've ever felt. Would you take that route, or would you just go, no thanks, I can't?
No, I would take that because they would at least get
a lot
there.
of heartache.
Yeah, we got heartache every year. I go through Mariner heartache every year, Dave. I'll go through a World Series loss kind of heartache. Hey, they were one of the final two teams and they didn't get it done. Okay, I'm not happy about it by any stretch, but that's a point in the season they've never reached, and they're the only team in Major League Baseball to have never made it to a World Series.
Yeah. Well, and it's funny. I just was thinking about that because, we just got Cooper Kupp, and he came from the Rams, and that's kind of what the Rams did in 2000. What year was that? 20 or 22?
Winning the Super Bowl?
Yeah. They beat the Bengals, and, and then their team just entirely was picked apart after that, and haven't been back until this year, I guess, right?
Yeah,
so
we'll see what they are moving forward. Hopefully they are sinking and the Seahawks are on the rise. So we'll certainly discuss all that. But we had our guy Greg Amsinger on earlier in the show, and that guy is so much fun to listen to. If you're even a casual baseball fan, you get a kick out of hearing this guy. He's just got great energy, and his passion for the game comes through in the conversation. He's one of my all-time favorite guests. So definitely, if you missed that conversation, find that on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. But he was explaining to us why, in his opinion, it's important that the Mariners moved on from Servais and put Dan Wilson in charge.
He's one of us, right? No matter how long Scott Servais managed the Seattle Mariners, he was Jerry's guy. It's hard for players to believe that Scott always has their back. Or any manager with a very intimate relationship like that, where they are boys and they've been together for a while, and that's his guy, right? That is, again, the human element is always injected in a game that's a marathon like this. Why do you think the Cincinnati Reds pounced on getting a guy like Terry Francona? They knew they had a bunch of young players that were about to turn the corner. Get a guy that knows how to lead them.
Yeah, well, in the beginning of that, I believe he said he's a Mariner.
Yeah.
And that comes with the heartache that we've talked about. It comes with everything that goes along. And I think that was kind of interesting. Maybe it's not fair to Scott Servais, but because Scott Servais is such a good dude, and he was the skipper for a number of years, enough to make him kind of a.
Scott did a lot with a little, man. I think a lot of the criticism of him was really misplaced. He wasn't perfect, but them not getting to the World Series was not Scott Servais' fault by any stretch.
No, I don't think so either. But more than anything, just the way he described that like, I love Scott too, and he was a catcher and he was a great guy and did everything he could, but I don't know, you can't really replace a guy like Dan Wilson. He's a Mariner. Him and Edgar,
Mariner royalty.
Yeah. Jay Buhner is, around. He's going to be part of the broadcast this year anyway, and those kinds of guys are just. You see Ichiro when he walks around there. When you see people from like the media in Japan that come up to Ichiro and everything, it's like, oh my God, he just made that guy's year.
He's a legend,
basically. Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing I don't like about it is they put me in a position as a long-suffering Mariner fan to maybe at some point be very critical of Dan. I don't want to criticize Dan. I love Dan Wilson. He's been one of my favorites since I got in this business, and we called him our go-to guy because Mariners would invariably lose, and nobody in that locker room, that clubhouse wanted to talk. You'd go to Dan Wilson.
He was the go-to guy.
And that's the days where I was told to shut my mouth and just get sound, and I would just hold a microphone in front of whoever was talking. But he would always talk, and he's just been that nice guy. And I think he's in a tough spot because he didn't get more to work with than Scott. He's got essentially the same crew to work with. Now, maybe he pushes different buttons and gets the crew that is there to perform differently. We'll find out. We're all leaning on these 34 games. I don't know if that's fair or wise. Let's see what it is over 162, and I hope he crushes it. I couldn't root for Dan Wilson and Edgar more than I do, but there's part of me going, are they put in a fair situation? Because it's not like, all right, they gave him this brand new shiny toy and they really added to it. They really are setting them up for success. I don't know if they are. I think it's going to be interesting to see how things go, and if they hit some tough stretches, how does the fan base respond? Are they reluctant to jump on Dan because he is a Mariner and he's so beloved in this town? The same with Edgar. What if the offense is like they were last year? Are we just going to go, get rid of the hitting coach because that's always the answer? Well, that hitting coach is Edgar, and it's Seitzer too, but it puts me, and I would assume other Mariner fans, in the odd position of, man, if things don't go right, I don't want to be mad at Dan.
Well, but look, if he tries and it doesn't work out, it's not like you're going to be angry at him, So you just don't want to have to criticize Dan Wilson.
No, and it's a little hyperbole. Of course, it's our job. If he does things, we're going, why would you do that? We're going to question it. But I don't know that he's been given a ton to work with outside of that rotation, certainly. I think you're asking him to do – you gave him the same ingredients, but make this whole dish taste better, So we'll see what he does with it. One more from Amsinger. We had to call him out because they did their 30 teams in 15 days, MLB Network did, where they visited all these spring training sites and broke down all the aspects of each team. And when they got to the Mariners, he made a prediction where he says, I don't have them finishing first, second, third, or fourth in the division, which to me, Dave, says he predicts they'd finish last.
Well, you can read into it what you want, Bob.
I know. I know I slant negative at times, but that's just my takeaway from that comment. So we asked him to explain himself.
I have to mix it up, number one. I can't just be in love with the starting pitching. Look, I am a sucker for low-scoring games. So I like pitching duels. And the Mariners are going to give me the baseball that I want to watch. 2-1, 1-0. Best starting staff. Oh, my goodness. I'm blown away that a team that has such a wealth of talent in the rotation would not capitalize and look at this as the moment to strike because your pitching is so good. And they kind of sat pat. It's Donovan Solano's the best. He's having a nice spring, but that's the guy. I was just disappointed. I'm mixing it up for the fans of Seattle, guys. Mixing it up. I'm going to say they're going to finish in last place. I will fall on this sword for all of you Mariner fans.
He's kind of going reverse jinx there. He doesn't really believe it. He's just saying it because he always picks them to win. So he's feeling like, all right, I got to take a different route this year and pick them to lose, and then they'll win.
Well, I mean, at one point he did mention Donnie Barrels, which number one means he knows an incredible amount about the Mariners, and I think he knows that much about every team.
Yeah.
But he's just, I think from afar, and you get this a lot. You look at the pitching and you go, "Oh my God, let's go get him some bats."
Yeah. He echoed the sentiments of every Mariner fan listening, every Mariner fan watching on TV. He echoed. He couldn't have put it better. I mean, he was a Mariner fan. Like, what are you doing? How do you not do? So, yeah, I don't think he found one voice of disagreement with that statement. All right, a reminder, opening day is almost here. We're sending you and a friend to experience it in a way you never have before. We're talking about front row access to the opening ceremonies, player introductions, the first pitch, and much more, all from the field. So to enter, all you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, very simple. Just text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776. We'll send you a link to download it. It's completely free. You can enter daily to increase your chances to win. The contest runs through Friday, March 21st. All right, coming up, we learned that Cooper Kupp might have given us the perfect way to describe Wyman. We'll find out what that's about.
Oh, jeez.
What we learned.
Lefko trying to be clever.
Coming up
He's going to hurt himself.
It's Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
When you're running the hurry up and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
He is your new Seahawks head coach, Mike McDonald.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Find us on SeattleSports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
All signs continue to point to it being the right hire.
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Seahawks.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Riverside Roofing is offering $1,000 off a new roof replacement. Book a free estimate online, and when you meet with Brandon, that's Don's son, tell him you heard the message on the radio station. Go to riversideroofingllc.com. It's Riverside Roofing, the roofing company you can trust.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Hey friends, Stacey Rost here. Who has some of the best deals on new Fords and Isuzus in the Pacific Northwest? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Who has a large selection of the highest quality used vehicles in the Pacific Northwest? That would also be Wayscar Ford in Auburn. And what dealership promises no games, no gimmicks, and never any pressure to purchase? Yes, that is correct. It's Wayscar Ford in Auburn still. Who is the only Ford dealer in all of Washington to offer a 5-day or 500-mile, no questions asked, 100% money-back return policy? Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They offer free lifetime powertrain warranty on virtually all of their new Fords. Who's the only dealer that will purchase your used car, pay you right up front, and then once they resell your old car, return 50% of the profit to you. Only Wayscar Ford in Auburn. They've given over $750,000 back to customers who have sold them their cars. And finally, what dealership has been family-owned and operated in Auburn for over 103 years? You guessed it. Wayscar Ford in Auburn. Visit them at wayscarford.com.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the third highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity. So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
This is a house of learned doctors. What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
What did we learn today?
No one's a bigger idiot than me.
Stupidity is the easiest way out.
We learned that Cooper Kupp might have given us the perfect way to describe Wyman. Now, Dave, I gave you my guess as to what it was during the break.
What was your guess?
Yeah, I mean, you might incriminate yourself right now.
Well, I'm just trying to go with Lefko's sense of humor and what he would find funny. So I think he would find.
Sounds like it's coming from you, Bob.
No. But I told you.
I feel hurt. I feel shocked. I'm shocked.
I feel shocked. Well, let's see if I was right about Lefko's sense of humor.
Well, no one else is going to know if you were right except for you two.
Dave will know if I'm right. That's all that matters.
Okay. Well, to start out with, I mean, credit Cooper Kupp because he literally spoke for, I think, 45 to 50 minutes straight. So he came in, sat down with you guys, and you're bound to misspeak. We all do it. But he was trying to describe himself as how he sees himself playing for this team, and he used this phrase by mistake that I think we learned we're now going to call Wyman.
How would you describe yourself as a receiver?
Yeah, well, I want to have a hand in every part of the game. I mean, that's how I feel like I've kind of built myself as. I want to be able to impact everything. You talked about the run game. Like, I want to be able to be useful. I want to be a tool, right? Like, how many times, not in the bad way of a tool. I want to be a useful.
We assume that.
I want to be a useful tool that can be used, I want to be a weapon. There it is. I want to be a weapon in these things. I want to be a weapon in the run game. I want to be a weapon in the pass game.
I'll leave it up to Dave. Did I get it? Did I know? Do I know Mike Lefko's sense of humor or not?
No. Yeah, he said, you're going to start calling me a weapon now. Is that right?
I knew Lefko was going to go to the tool comment.
Oh, my God.
You're my favorite useful tool, Dave.
Uh,
No, not going to stick as a nickname.
I have mixed feelings about that statement.
All right. We saw that one coming.
That was funny, though. That was funny. It was funny that he said it, not that we had to repeat it and what we learned. But he was. I was surprised. I was shocked, Bob. I felt shocked.
Yeah,
had no idea what kind of guy he was. What he was going to say.
Never talked to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was. It was a very good conversation. If you guys missed that conversation with Cooper Kupp, you can find it on the podcast page after the show at seattlesports.com. What else did we learn, Lefko?
We learned about some of the wardrobe choices made on this show.
They sell clothes at Costco. Why the hell would you shop anywhere else?
You're not telling me anything.
You don't have to convince Dave of that. No. I go with the undergarments from Costco. The underwear and socks are always Costco. The rest of this is elsewhere.
I forgot about my socks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so shirt, pants, not sure about the undergarments.
You're looking
nobody
at the
wants
camera?
to hear about that. No, I was just thinking about saying something, and I'm like, no, I don't want to say that.
Yeah, if you have hesitation, let's just not do it.
No, but then the socks, and then there's a Nordstrom Rack purchase in there somewhere.
Okay,
so, yeah, I mean.
We can guess. We can guess.
Yeah, the shoes at Nordstrom Rack, if only they would sell a little bottle of baby powder to go along with it.
Stop the squeaking.
The squeak.
You're not sneaking up on anybody,
That's right.
man. Yeah, so the only non-Costco items are the Seahawks freebie that you're wearing and the shoes.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
All right.
Yeah, I'm happy.
That was a texter, by the way, that sent that in. Like, they sell clothes at Costco. Why would you go anywhere else?
Well, this whole thing stemmed, it's Ray Roberts' fault. Because he said, anybody that looks at me, knows that I probably don't spend a lot of money on clothing. And I was like, Ray, I think you look great. What does that say about me?
Maybe he shops at Costco as well.
Yeah, I really don't care what I wear.
That as you get older, does it get more and more that way? It's about comfort.
Well, I've always said this. Like with my wife, I don't want to be noticed. Like my wife will dress to be noticed, right?
Right.
I don't want to be noticed.
You just want to blend in.
I want to blend in. I don't have anything too crazy on. Nothing too stupid.
Nothing too loud.
Yeah, I just want to be right there in the middle. I don't want my clothes to say anything.
I don't want my clothes to speak. Yeah. Graz used to get on me because he'd wear very loud Hawaiian shirts with, or shirts with a dog playing poker print on it or something, and I would make fun of it, and he'd go, yeah, well, how about you and your muted tones?
Muted tones. I remember that old pair of corduroys he had.
Oh, he was so proud.
He wore those out.
He was so proud that they lasted 14 or 15 years or something, that they were in style, had gone completely out of style, and then found their way back in.
Yeah, and then there were threadbare in certain places. Yeah, that's not good.
What else did we learn,
Actually, I'm curious now. Are you guys going to blend in with John Schneider again? Speaking of not standing out.
That was weird.
As you realized after the fact,
Yeah, that last week, if you watch the video of our interview with John Schneider and Mike McDonald last week, the only person not wearing green was Mike McDonald. And it was not a plan. It was Dave and I often will wear the same color shirt, and we did that day, and happened to be John was wearing the same color as well. It was planned.
Muted tones.
Or green.
Well, Schneider had some kind of salute to service type of thing, like a military camo thing. So, I don't know what Mike McDonald's problem was.
He doesn't play well with
others.
others.
Think he is?
Yeah.
Must not shop at Costco.
Yeah, he wanted to stand out.
He's not getting a high five from me.
Yeah, but he got it from John. What else did we learn?
We learned that Wyman loves Aaron Rodgers, I guess.
With all of this stuff with Aaron Rodgers, why are people he hasn't responded. He hasn't really said anything.
I haven't heard or read a quote from him.
Yeah, so why?
I don't know the last time I've heard him speak or
me
quoted.
neither. So I'm like, well, why is everybody mad at him? He's not doing anything, and that's
why. Because he's not telling anybody whether he wants to play or not.
Yeah, and there's these people that are ranting, like Stephen A. I don't know if he's in on it, but guys like that are like,
he's probably in on it.
Just get it over with, blah, blah, blah. Like he has some obligation to speak to people and tell them exactly what he wants to do. No. And so
Why do you love Aaron Rodgers so much?
It's funny. I find myself defending him on this one.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, I get it from both sides. The reporters I don't care about. The media, we don't. Who cares what we want? I get it if a team, like the Steelers, if they've spoken with his reps and maybe the reps have indicated on some level, hey, he's interested. We don't have a final decision yet. If they're stringing him along, then I get it. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, or if he is just not communicated with anybody and his reps haven't talked to anybody, and it's just teams hoping he's available.
I think everybody's assuming that he's doing that for effect and for drama, when really it could just be like, I'm done with the season, and I want to go, whatever it is that he does.
His darkness retreat.
Yeah. Darkness retreat.
That's his yearly off-season thing.
Something about nut butter somewhere. Wasn't there something about that?
I'm not in the knowledge of what that's about. That's a you and Lefko.
That's an ingredient on our favorite protein bar.
Okay. Got that mixed
up. Not anything that Aaron's using. Okay. Did we learn anything else?
That's it.
So we got the Cactus League report coming up. Is that what I'm seeing?
Yes.
All right.
You all right there, Lefko?
What?
All right. Well, that does it for us. Want to thank our guest today, Greg Amsinger, Cooper Kupp, and El Hombre, Michael Bradley. If you guys missed any part of today's show, you missed a lot. Really good stuff today from everybody. So go check it out on the podcast page at seattlesports.com. Click the podcast tab. Scroll down to our picture, click on that, and it'll be right there waiting for you. And don't forget to click subscribe. It's totally free, and that way you never have to go through the process. It always shows up for you, so it's perfect. Have a great night, everybody. You got Mariners Cactus League report coming up next. We'll talk to you tomorrow with Wyman and Bob, Seattle Sports on 710.
Blue 88 on Brock and Salk.
Who are the final suitors for DK?
Teams that were willing to pay $33 million a year for 4 years on extension, $150 million total. It was really just New England and Pittsburgh.
Every day at 7:45.
Good for him. God bless him, and I absolutely have no issue and no problem with him going and getting even more of that generational wealth. But there were not many teams that were going to load up the Brinks truck.
Blue 88, answering 3 football questions as only Brock Heward can.
Do you want to lose weight fast and keep it off? I'm Dr. Ryan Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, and I have a plan that has helped over 4,000 people in the Seattle-Tacoma area lose up to a pound per day. No surgery, no exercise, no box packaged food, and no drugs or injections with potential side effects. We have a team of health coaches that can support you every step of the way. Schedule your free 15-minute, no-pressure phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com and also see our incredible before and after transformations.
Well, and I'm one of those 4,000 people. I'm incredibly proud of my transformation. It started with just a 15-minute phone call where I learned how easy the program was and decided that it was right for me. I encourage you to make that phone call for yourself. It's only 15 minutes, and it can have a lasting impact.
Let our proven system help you lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person at our Kirkland office or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. That's eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet plus one unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Unbelievable! All right! Those are the sounds of tax accountants rejoicing after experiencing the power of Blue Jay, the leading generative AI solution for tax research. Tax season is here, and if you're an accounting firm, the pressure is on. Long hours and tight deadlines make this time of year a challenge for even the most seasoned tax professionals. So, tax accountants, here's your solution. Blue Jay, the preferred partner solution of CPA.com for tax research. Ask a complex tax question, and Blue Jay gives you better tax answers answers in seconds. Save time and maximize your clients' refunds with high-speed, accurate, and intuitive AI technology built with a library of only the most trusted tax resources, updated daily to keep up with changes in tax. For a limited time, save 40% off at bluejay.com/start now. That's BLUE, the letter J.com/start now. Or text BLUE to 511-511. Blue Jay, generative AI for better tax answers. Text BLUE to 511-511 today. Tax fees may apply.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, T-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
And we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Free at every AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. This is the Cactus League Report.
Goodbye baseball.
On Seattle Sports, the Seattle Sports app, and seattlesports.com. Now, the Cactus League Report.
It is time for the Cactus League Report. It's great to have you with us tonight in front of the Mariners and Brewers coming up later on tonight. In the meantime, we have a fun show for you today. We're going to hear from Mariners pitcher Bryce Miller. We'll also hear from Mariners reliever Gabe Speier coming up. Both are having excellent springs, so we'll hear some insights from both of them. Miller, of course, looking to build on what he did last year. Gabe Speier looking to bounce back after some injuries last season and expected to be a big part of the back end of the bullpen for the Mariners. Also, the Mariners will open up. We're getting closer and closer to opening day, the first series of the year against the A's. So we're going to get an A's preview. Johnny Daskal, one of their play-by-play announcers. There's a lot of optimism with the A's this season, so we'll get a closer look as we get closer to opening day. We'll also talk about the concert lineup series coming up for T-Mobile Park this summer, so we'll have that conversation coming. But we just had the prospect game a few days ago, which was super exciting. If you missed any of it, I thought we'd go through the highlights here of what was a super